If everyone could find a seat, we've got a long agenda. I know that the 30-minute early starting time may have thrown off a few of the travel plans of some of our members. I know there are at least two that are on their way in from the airport even as we speak. But we've got a long agenda, and I'd like to go ahead and get it started. I know Brenda Pejovich is on the way. Rich Escalante is on the way. Richard Rose is finding his name tag even as we speak. And I trust Scott Kelly will be here today as well, since he's on the agenda. Today's meeting focuses on operations and procurement, and we're going to start broadly and then narrow our way down to specific issues. We've got the experts from afar with us here today. Richard Vedder will talk to us about economic issues in American education in general, and then we will learn about the success of the Maryland experiment from Chancellor Britt Kerwin. We will move on to a report from one of our student regents, Karim Meyer. Am I pronouncing it right? Mayer. Karim Meyer, on electronic textbooks that had the input of, I believe, all of our student regents and our own student board member, Heather Morris. And then we'll hear about some of the best practices and cost efficiency efforts that are happening at UT Dallas in the form of lean management, happening with our flagships. Mike and Scott will share some of their experiences, and with our community colleges, where we'll hear from some of Richard's experiences, and then also Stephen Head, who's with us here today from Lone Star College. We'll talk about the energy performance contract and their experience with that. We will have different sessions on Q&A, and I think Patty is going to do an extra firm job of keeping us on time today. So without further ado, I will turn it over to our commissioner for any of his welcoming remarks.
Well, I'll just underscore what Fred just said. We have a rich agenda today and a lot of topics to talk about, so I look forward to the conversation. Let's get going.
All right. First, a little housekeeping. The chair will entertain a motion to approve minutes from our April 13th meeting.
Move for approval.
I have a motion from Richard. Is there a second?
Second.
Second from Elmo. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, same sign. So with that, we will move right into the next agenda item. David, would you like to provide some introduction for Mr. Vedder?
Well, I think anyone who's paid attention to the issues related to college affordability in recent years has heard of remarks that Dr. Vedder has made, if not actually read the analysis. He's been very active in this area. I believe his background specifically in labor economics. Is that not true? But he's the director of the Center for College Affordability and Productivity. He's actually doing, perhaps in the process of finishing some work for the Lumina Foundation as we speak, in terms of outlining some specific measures that he's going to recommend. I think we're going to at least hear a little glimpse of that today. So we're very glad you're here. And
thank you so much. I really wish to thank all of you for the invitation to speak. I am an Ohio University economics professor that runs this small think tank dealing with issues relating to college affordability and productivity and efficiency. And I also served on the Spellings Commission on the future of higher education. I didn't give the board a copy of my remarks ahead of time because I thought they might not invite me if I did. And I'm just joking. I may be a little provocative here, and I want to say at the outset there are a lot of heroes in higher ed, and as a practitioner in the field for over 50 years, I think it's a wonderful area. Britt Kerwin, who you're going to hear from next, is one of them, and I'm glad to be on the program with him. It's very easy to come up with a list of ideas that could dramatically reduce the cost of college. The institution of a 3-year bachelor's degree, a dramatic increase in the proportion of students attending lower-cost community colleges or for-profit institutions, the mandating of ease of credit transfer between institutions, the greater use of examinations to both certify skills and to award college credit, the elimination of low enrollment, high-cost graduate programs, the increase in teaching loads, and a move to year-round schooling are just 7 ideas that probably collectively could lower costs to students by a double-digit percentage amount over time. And that list is far from exhausted. Commissioner Pavich, I changed her diapers when she was a baby. You won't believe that.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
When your flight is late.
Put her in her place. Yeah, from my experience spanning half a century in higher education, colleges are a mass of contradictions. On the one hand, through their research and teaching, they eagerly push new and innovative ideas onto society, but on the other hand, they're fiercely conservative and resistant to change in the way they do business. For years, higher education reformers stressed the 3 A's: affordability, accessibility, and accountability. These aren't bad words, to the contrary. But colleges resist doing much to become much more affordable, more accessible, and more accountable. The key to breaking down that resistance, I think, is to focus on 3 I words: information, incentives, and innovation. And I think the focus point for reform must come from the outside, not from the institutions themselves, but from the legislative and executive branches of government and state coordinating and governing boards such as yours. Let me elaborate briefly by discussing the role of information. Markets are marvelously effective in allocating resources among private business activities because they are conveyors of vital information. For example, when people demand more widgets than previously, widget prices go up. And this price increase in turn conveys information to widget entrepreneurs who see opportunities for increased profits, they increase production of the highly wanted product, etc. Prices are signaling devices that help entrepreneurs discover the right price and output combinations that will both maximize their profits but simultaneously increase consumer welfare. Resources are constantly being efficiently reallocated as tastes, preferences, and production costs change. This is all absent in higher education. Most universities lack a profit motive to inform and condition managerial behavior. There is no bottom line. The output of universities is hard to define and measure, and consumers are not sure if they're buying the best product available to them for the price. The information that markets convey in the market economy is largely unavailable. Even the limited information that might be useful to consumers and policymakers is often partly or completely hidden. So private information providers try to offer some guidance to consumers with their college rankings. But these rankings are constructed based on sometimes dubious criteria and often incomplete information. And I know a little bit about this because I do the college rankings for Forbes magazine. Policymakers often lack much information on the value added to students in their college training, on the finances of each program, on professorial teaching loads, on the degrees of grade inflation on campus, and so forth. Do you know what the average teaching load of full professors is at UT Austin? Do you know how much more seniors know than freshmen at the University of Houston? Do you know how many hours a typical student at Texas A&M spends studying as opposed to partying or other forms of non-academic entertainment? Do you know how many hours a year the typical classroom is utilized at UT Arlington? And how much does that compare with classroom utilization at the University of Phoenix or Kaplan University? Do you know what the typical student earns working 1 year or 5 years after graduation from North Texas State? Did you know that the average GPA for educational psychology majors at Texas A&M is 3.55 or nearly an A-, but in physics is 2.7, B-? The education majors must be a lot smarter than the physics majors. Are you aware that the institutional subsidies for intercollegiate athletics absorb 17% of the tuition revenues at Stephen F. Austin State and 16% at UT El Paso, but nothing at UT Austin and barely 1% at A&M? While you're no doubt very smart people, you're almost certainly abysmally ignorant about a wide range of things that you should know about if you're going to intelligently guide the future direction of higher education in the Lone Star State. Students often fight providing transparency for a variety of reasons. Sometimes fear that exposure of information will hurt their reputation or reduce their applications for admission or embarrass senior administrators and so forth. But when I was on the Spellings Commission, the various college trade associations mostly fought efforts to get standardized data on all schools that could be easily understood by prospective students and policymakers alike. They resisted the idea of having a seamless record from preschool through college of each student's performance, maybe because of fears that such a record might show that some colleges add little to the education of students for the amount of money charged. Yet you're not going to reform higher education if you do not know what your universities are doing and what they and how what the spending will do with it. But even with better information, I doubt you'll get real reform the way universities operate today. Information is a necessary but not sufficient condition for true positive change. To be sure, with better information, consumers might make better choices, and that might put pressures on some schools to change their way. By the way, Texas is above average in the national picture as far as I can tell, but I'm speaking generically here, and you can question me more about this later. Usually change happens slowly, tepidly, and often is more window dressing than real substance. Good information must be combined with a changing incentive structure to make good things happen. For the most part, people in higher education are compensated little different if they perform modestly or if they perform poorly. With good information, we can set objective goals and measure progress in meeting them, but at a typical university, good performances may mean 1 or 2% more compensation increase than mediocre performance. The incentives to achieve excellence are too small to significantly impact behavior, with a few exceptions. And the exceptions are most notably in the form of intercollegiate athletics and, in some instances, the compensation policies of the investment managers of university endowments. To be sure, base salaries at the top of the administrative hierarchy have risen by healthy amounts. It's not uncommon for a flagship university to pay its president, say, $700,000 a year, where a decade ago the salary might have been $350,000. Even adjusting for inflation, this is a good-sized increase. Yet there is little in this salary picture that provides incentives for excellent leaderships or penalties for mediocre performance. Take the $700,000 salary at a top-flight university like UT Austin. I suspect it would be far better to pay him or her $450,000 in base salary, with a range of possible annual bonuses ranging from $0 to $500,000 a year, with the average bonus over a several-year period being $250,000. The total average long-run salary cost of this approach would be the same as under the traditional model, but incentive payments can make presidents focus more intensely on achieving major goals and less willing to sacrifice big goals to placate constituencies and special interest groups that disagree with the policy approach taken. I'm one of those special interest groups, the faculty. The bonus concept can be carried down the administrative hierarchy, including deans, department heads, and even faculty. By the way, regarding faculty, I think you should examine carefully the incentive system for both good student and faculty performance at the Acton School of Business, right here in Texas. Bonus payments should be made typically large enough, at least 50% of base salary, to truly impact importantly on behavior. A modest number of important goals should be targeted. For example, for university and presidents, goals might include an increase in the 4-year graduation rate from 40 to 45% within 3 years, or an increase in the proportion of student time spent on academic pursuits relative to the time spent on recreational activities, as measured by the National Survey of Student Engagement, or an increase of 10% or more in the average value added to student critical learning skills as measured by gains and scores on the Critical Learning Assessment Examination, or a rise in the overall rankings on reputation on the average of the Forbes and U.S. News rankings of colleges and universities, or a reduction in the gross and net tuition fees charged to students relative to the national average and the average at 10 peer institutions. Britt would have gotten a fortune of extra money on that one. a reduction in the non-instructional full-time equivalent staff per FTE by 10% or more, or an increase in the number of scholarly citations per faculty member. These are all goals. They're merely illustrative. After identifying a few goals, select no more than 4 or 5 of them with potential maximum bonuses for each goal, maybe of 20% of base pay, and you could earn, perhaps if you did stellar on all of them, up to 100% of your base pay. So this is an idea, I think, whose time maybe has come more. Let me talk briefly about innovation. Well, information is essential to sensible decision-making, and incentives are required to overcome the inertia and opposition to change that characterizes much higher education. Innovation should follow naturally from the other 2 factors. Modern technology has not reduced higher education costs. New technologies are developed, but their use usually becomes a complement rather than a substitute for traditional methods of disseminating knowledge. Some schools have added on technology fees to pay for new computer software and hardware, whereas new ways of doing things should typically lead to cost reductions. Auto companies building new plants don't put on technology fees on the cars you buy to pay for the plants. That's just a no-no. Why do we do it in higher ed? Savings in instruction can come about in 2 ways. First, you can take the old technology that leads to lectures being given over and over again by the same professor. I've given the one lecture I've given 100 times now. I've now passed my 100th time. I've given the same lecture. Kind of stupid, isn't it? New technology finds ways to replicate the presentation so they can be used multiple times. Second, new technology can increase the number of students served. Whereas the traditional lecture approach used by Socrates 2,400 years ago and still used, perhaps 25 are served at a time, there's no reason why you can't serve 10,000 students at a time or more, teaching, distance learning, or through other electronic techniques. Other things equal, professors prefer traditional technology. I do. Reaching out personally to a small number of students. It's fun, it's good, and sometimes it's the best. It's the Rolls Royce. But we can't always afford the Rolls Royce. And so for that reason, universities are slow to insist on using new distant learning forms of educational delivery. Again, incentives can help. Bribe people. Bribe. Professor X can be paid an extra $5,000 to teach a course in a way that allows its repeated use over time and presentation over a larger space than the usual lecture hall. Do it. A blending of new technologies with some personalized instructional assistance can enhance learning outcomes and lower costs simultaneously. I don't know what the time, I'm nearing the end of my remarks. Someone was threatening to cut me off, but I'm a college professor with tenure, and I never paid any attention to any of these rules anyway. Got to tell you a quick story, because this shows you the difficulty of things. And Britt was president of Ohio State, or this was right before he was, I guess. The state legislature in Ohio was worried faculty weren't teaching enough. So they mandated, they passed a law. They actually passed the legislature. I actually helped modify the law. It was crazy to get it with a 12-hour load for everyone, including Nobel Prize winners or something. So we got it modified. So it read, 10%, all professors at state universities shall teach 10% more than previously. Of course, no one knew what that meant. But it passed. So does that mean you teach 55-minute periods instead of 50 minutes? Does it mean you have 11 items on the reading list instead of 10? No one knew. Of course, at my university, we had about 20 committees formed. Every college had a committee. We had much discussion. And then, of course, we did absolutely nothing. Unfortunately, I was testifying before the Ohio Senate that fall, after this happened, a year after it happened, and an unrelated matter, and the chair of the committee said, Professor Vetter, tell us how you're meeting the mandate of teaching 10% more. Tell us what your experience is. How are you doing it? Of course, I was totally caught off guard. I have no idea what my university would want me to say. So I said, Senator, I just taught 10% faster in class than I used to. Everyone laughed. I'm still here. I have tenure. She had term limits. She's gone. Now, there's a lesson in that, by the way. Okay. Now, all of what I have said up to this point, I think anyway, not many of you will agree, but I think all of it is good. But getting anyone to do anything constructive is difficult. Let us be honest. Higher education costs are soaring. We have little or no idea how much students are learning in college. Huge proportions of those entering college drop out, and large numbers of those attending spend more time partying than learning. Real reform will not come until you acquire and share vastly more information, you provide incentives to faculty and administrations, and I might add students, while at the same time utilizing new technologies. Thank you very much.
You must have done something right. You're the only one who's gotten applause
Yeah.
since we've started these meetings.
It was that corny joke I told.
Fabulous information. Fred?
Before we take questions, just one piece of housekeeping I forgot to mention earlier. Lynn Phillips, another one of our members of the Texas Higher Education Coordinating Board, is joining us today because she has taken over as chair of our Strategic Planning and Policy Committee. And she's taking that over because a week ago Friday, the governor, you can debate whether this was in a fit of wisdom or otherwise, but has appointed me as chairman of the board. And so Lynn is stepping into my old role, and wanted her to get a little trial by fire experience here at our advisory committee on cost efficiency. So Lynn, welcome.
Thank you.
The floor is now open for questions of Professor Vetter and his experiences. Woody?
Yes, Professor Vetter, I would be interesting to get your comment on a committee called the Advisory Committee on Higher Education Cost Efficiencies. And does that make any sense in context to what you're...
Well, I think we need higher education cost efficiencies, and I think advice is useful. My problem is advice is seldom listened to. And in the institutional setting of universities. Universities are medieval institutions organized on a medieval manner where we more or less do what we want to do, when we want to do, and how we want to do it. And most of the funding that we get is used for our benefit rather than the broader benefit of society. I mean, let's be honest. I mean, that's the way I look at it. I've been teaching. I'm in my 46th year, by the way, of teaching. I'm not a novice at teaching. And I'm teaching this fall for the 46th consecutive year, and I'm proud of that fact because I think it's a noble enterprise. I think you people, your job is one of, I don't know anything about the institutional setting here, but I would think your job is one of prodding and pushing and cajoling, and not only at the institutional level, but maybe at the legislative and gubernatorial level, to affect change for the good, change that will lower costs, that will make things more efficient, without a sacrifice in quality. So it's not just, you got to look not only at the dollars, you do have to look at the dollars, you have to look a lot at the dollars. Britt's going to tell you some good stuff about that. But you also have to look at the quality of the product. Productivity is the outcomes as it relates to the inputs. We don't know much about our outcomes. I mean, we know some things about our outcomes, but do you know if the student at UT El Paso, where the 4-year graduation rate is what? I'm going to really get my friend from UT, Matt, 4 or 5, but this is the iPad's data, 4%, I think, 5%. Is that efficient to have 19 out of every 20 students not get through in 4 years? Should we not be rethinking what we're doing? If not for the whole system, at least for those schools that have that very strong problem. And with the students who are education majors, I mentioned them earlier, and I'm not picking, yes, I am picking on colleges of education. College education all over the country have average grades of A-, roughly, 3.5 to 4 points. Go to campusbuddy.com. Where did I get my data? Some highfalutin inside source inside Texas government or at these universities? I went to campusbuddy.com. The kids know more than we do. And CampusBuddy.com gave me the data that the typical education major gets an A-. We're training school teachers. What if, we're giving them all A's? You're good, you're good, you're good. We don't want to hurt your self-esteem. The physics majors we give B-minuses to. Then we give scholarships out on the basis of GPA, sometimes, merit scholarships. So the physics students don't get the scholarships because they're dumb. They got B-minuses. The education students get them because they have A-minuses. Now that is just downright crazy. And we want more kids in the STEM disciplines, we're told. Now, I'm not saying that I forgot what school it was. I think it was A&M. I picked on it. The same thing was true, by the way, at UT and other schools. Why are we doing this? And I'm saying, maybe it's a little investigative reporting on your part to learn these little horror stories I'm talking about might be useful and might help prod good people to do the right thing. They just don't quite have the incentives right now. It's more an incentive issue. I've talked too long, Mr. Hunt. I'm sorry. I get passionate about this stuff.
Well, at least by now, the rest of the committee has forgotten that Woody called our committee an oxymoron.
Oh, well, he's got a point.
Thank you.
Other questions, members?
What is the advantage of what's come to be the norm that students take 12, 13 hours instead of 18 or 20?
Well, I don't know about how your funding mechanism, right? It's always usually an incentive issue. I don't think students work hard enough in college. Go to the National Survey of Student Engagement. And by the way, a lot of I think Texas schools generally use it, don't they? It's a survey that originated at Indiana University. Or look at the U.S. Department of Labor Time Use Survey. It says the same thing. Kids are spending 20 hours a week in academic pursuits. That includes class time. Now, I don't believe those numbers are always true. Let's up it to 30 hours. My friend Kareem here probably works 100 hours when he went to med school. So there are wide variances around that. But there's not a lot of incentives for kids to work hard. They're living the good life. They're having fun. They spend 4 to 5 hours a day, weekdays, in recreation. So says NESE data. They're having a good life. They're getting student loans. They're getting subsidized by the government. Sometimes universities are complying in it where the subsidies are on an enrollment-based model. I don't know what your Texas is, but no state should subsidize students at any university beyond 4 years of full-time equivalent attendance, in my opinion. It's just, it encourages this. It incentivizes 12-hour loads. The faculty say, oh, just take 12 hours and enjoy your experience here. Mature a bit. We can collect a little more subsidy. We're all happy. The only one who loses is the taxpayer. Now, I'm not sure that's what's happening here. Actually, over the long haul, for a long time, average number of student hours was growing nationally, not falling. And there are a lot of students I know that take high loads rather than low loads. But it is true that there is an increase, there is a subset of the population that takes 12-hour loads. And you might ask, should universities, is your subsidy formulas working in a way that encourages or discourages that practice? If you think that is a bad practice, then you might want to think about re-triggering subsidies. Do you give bonuses to schools for graduating students in 4 years rather than 5 years or 6 years? I think Indiana's coordinating board voted, and the governor bought into the idea of a very sizable, I think it's $2,000, $3,000, $4,000 a student bonus for each student getting through in 4 years. And at Harvard, it works at the grad level too. That's the worst. Go to UT, go to the history department at UT. I'll bet you the typical grad student at UT's history department has been there 7 or 8 years, or will be before they're done. Now, part of it's out teaching part-time and so forth, but we have a scandalous problem, and that's very, very costly instruction. Very costly instruction. So the same principle I mentioned with respect to undergraduate applies multiply to the graduate level. And you should absolutely cut them off after so many years. Harvard, incidentally, their humanities programs, they said, we're not going to let you take new students if you don't get them out in 8 years or less or something. And Harvard's average tenure to get a full, for a PhD student fell by a year and a half, almost instantly. Because professors like to have them around. They do our research for us. They write our footnotes. They're fun to talk to. They're nice to go to parties with. We're nurturing them. They make us feel good. And so we do it. Shouldn't be allowed. Cut them off.
I guess I should mention briefly for members of the committee that aren't at institutions that while we have many of these things, the state has a number of policies in place that, for example, limit the number of hours the state will pay for a doctoral degree.
Yeah. Good.
Limits the number of hours that, in terms of in-state tuition for undergraduate degrees. There are a whole number of things that have been put into place. In Texas, we still have students taking longer to graduate, but we can provide a list of those things for you at some point. So you'll know that at least there have been efforts to address and encourage the movement towards these things, but we still have lower graduation rates. We haven't focused on 4-year graduation rates in the way that Dr. Vetter has talked about, and though our 4-year graduation rates have improved as our 6-year rates have improved, they're still fairly low.
Members, anyone have further questions for Professor Vetter? Commissioner?
Professor Vetter, my question is simply this. You've talked about a wide range of issues, but could you tell us specifically, based on your research and your experience looking at this issue around the country, what specific 3 or 4, 2 or 3, whatever number you have in mind, specific measures do you think are most likely to lead to cost efficiencies and the kinds of more effective delivery of higher education than is currently the case?
Well, as you know, higher education is a multiple product. We do many things, and so it makes it very hard to measure productivity, which I think the key in a long-term sense is productivity. It's outcomes divided by the inputs necessary to get those outcomes. And on the outcomes side, I think we need to develop better measures of outcomes. And Charles Miller, who's a Texan, who some of you know, was chair of the Spellings Committee, he still goes into apoplexy every time I talk about it, because the colleges don't want to develop value-added measures. If we had a value-added measure of output, and we have a measure of per-student cost of getting that output, at least it would allow us to measure the cost per dollar of unit output and how it varies from one institution to another, and that would be very useful. As I say, that's very difficult to do. What is the value added of a college education? There is a lot of disagreement on that. I think we haven't made enough use made of labor market information. I think we ought to be looking far more than we do at labor market information, employer-based information, and so forth. The Boeing company does something very interesting. It surveys all of it keeps records on all of its students based on college of graduation, where they graduated from, their earnings record, their valuations and all. I've been bugging them to make that public and to work with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce or some other business group to get 100 other employers to do the same thing that are less science-based, maybe more, say, humanities-based companies, to get information of that kind. Maybe you could do that in Texas. Maybe Texas ought to have data on talk to Dell, talk to major employers in this state. What's your experience? We don't want to know individual information. We don't care about that. We want to know what schools do you get the best results from. Is it A&M or is it Austin? Texas Austin, or is it the University of Oklahoma? Of course, that school probably would be excluded from the list of those even looked at. But what is it? You know, this would be something that would be very useful the coordinating board could do. Try to get that to energize business. This doesn't even cost you any money. And they've been a little resistant to do this, but I think it would be very useful. A businessman's guide to Texas universities. And then you could relate that data to cost. There's some community college people around here who I suspect dollar for dollar deliver a heck of a good product, dollar for dollar. Their people don't make a lot, but the cost of going there is low, the cost to the student is low, the cost to society is low, so you have to weigh the outcomes to the input. Something along those lines would be very useful.
Now, Professor, similar to the Forbes rankings that you compile or help publish annually, are you talking about earnings after 5 years after graduation?
Yeah, that would be good. Have you used, there is one data source that's available that includes quite a number of Texas universities, and I can't speak to the veracity of the data, although the sample sizes are larger than you might think. Payscale.com. Have you used the at least look at the payscale.com data. There is data on average and median salaries of graduates of several major Texas universities, 5 years, I think in 10 years, I think they have it by, categories of years, 5 to 10 years after graduation, things like that. It would be worth looking at that data. And also that data varies a lot by major and by subject. And one issue is, in reallocating higher education resources is we often keep doing things we want because we want to, and because of tenure rules and so forth. We keep a medieval history major that perhaps should pass by the wayside at some point along the way, or a PhD program. And so you need to measure, do anthropology majors make as much as accounting majors? Now, I wouldn't make academic decisions solely on the basis of that. And liberal arts college people here would be blowing their gasket hearing me even suggest this. But I do think it is not irrelevant that if the contribution to society is measured by markets, it's measured by salaries, is high, we ought to be thinking that this is an area we want to provide training in more than areas where the benefits appear, at least as markets determine them, to be low. So I would be looking at that measure.
Just so the committee will know, we do some tracking, at least within Texas, with the Texas Workforce Commission, and we plan on doing more of that. So
it's an area worth expanding, David, I would say.
Pay scale I am familiar with, and it's largely self-reported, I think, but it is an interesting site.
Yeah, it needs to be. It's not perfect. It needs expansion. But, I'll tell you, if I may, just one last thing. I know I want Dr. Kerwin is much more knowledgeable than me to speak. I never kept a university president or chancellor sitting squirming in his seat as long as Britt. There's a lot of data that there's one way we could solve this problem overnight, and when I mentioned this, the White House the other day said we can't do it because we don't have enough power. There is one organization in American society that knows what every college's median salary of their earnings, average, the distribution around that is, and that's the Internal Revenue Service. Line 7 of the long form, if we had the average data, say for we give them 1,000 Social Security numbers from 10 years back and say, here are people from our institution. We don't want any individual data. We're not trying to invade their privacy. We just want to know what are they earning there now, and what's the distribution of that earnings around the mean. And if we had that data on every school in the United States, wouldn't it be wonderful? And it's technically relatively easy, relatively low cost, and all it does is take a modest change in the law. And again, not in violation of anyone's privacy. The IRS employees know everything about all of us. They know how much alimony we pay, and they know everything. Why can't we get a broad contour of this? The IRS provides some of that basic data, and I think state governments ought to be pushing for that. Or you could get to a lesser degree, but still useful data from the Social Security Administration, and sometimes from unemployment insurance records. The data are there. They're already collected. Be very useful. Maybe your state income. Well, you don't have a state income tax. That's why I like Texas. I knew there was a reason I like Texas.
Scott?
Dr. Vedder, we have spent a lot of time actually looking at productivity at UT. And the challenge we have, I think there's been real progress made on some of the outcome measures. and particularly coming 6 years ago to Texas, I was pleasantly surprised in terms of how much data is being collected and how sophisticated that's becoming. The challenge we have is tying those outputs to inputs.
Yes.
In an effective cost accounting mechanism, because we are so broad, and so it becomes tempting to focus on a few outputs and equate that to inputs. However, there are a wide range of outputs that are supported from those inputs. And how do you begin to segment by saying investing in this area really will create a productivity increase in here, or will it be absorbed over here? And how do you compare? That's particularly challenging in a variety of institutions, community colleges to Tier 1 to others. And I'm just interested in your comments and thoughts on that.
You're absolutely right. It is a very, very difficult thing to do. And whatever you do is going to be imperfect because of inherent informational problems. There's even problems, accounting problems. How do you divide professors' times between research and teaching? How do you allocate costs? I think don't get me going on research today, please. 26,000 articles written on Shakespeare since 1980 in professional journals. Maybe 25,999 would have been enough. So I don't have a quick answer to your question. I do think there are some things in current data and current statistics that, and you know this, Mr. Kelly, if you got 16% unemployment among anthropology majors 5 years after college, maybe we ought to be reducing our resource allocation to anthropology. And meanwhile, our accounting majors are getting 20% raises every year. I think even that labor market data is useful. But again, and you also have some realities. Tenure is less, I think, is an discussed issue in higher ed, really. But I do think, it does impose, sometimes you can identify areas of low productivity, but there's not a lot you can do about it anyway. So why why bang your head against the wall on that? So I don't have a quick and dirty answer to your question that we can talk about here. I'd love to talk to you more about it. My time is up.
Dr. Vedder, our role here is to improve cost efficiency in higher education, which I would define as driving or improving productivity. So why wouldn't the state and the state dollars that we're advising on want to move to an output-based model where the state determines what outputs it really wants, which you could say those are completions. You could weight those completions, whether by STEM or by at-risk students, and simply focus on accomplishing what the state really needs, which is completions. Because all of your discussion, or a lot of it has been around inputs, which seem to be, it's a never-ending negotiation or discussion.
Well, there's a virtue in that in terms of simplicity.
Yes.
And there's a lot to be said for simplicity, because when people raise these complications, such Mr. Kelly raised, they say, well, in effect, we end up doing nothing. On the other hand, and I don't mean to offend anyone here, but a bachelor's degree in anthropology from the University of Texas at El Paso may be less valuable to society and may represent less learning than a bachelor, and may be earned in 6 years, rather than a bachelor's years earned in 4 years in civil engineering at the Texas A&M. So, in other words, completion is important. We do want to get people through, but there are people who are getting through that have learned relatively little, and there are people who didn't get through that have learned relatively a lot. So it isn't quite as, there's some nuances to it.
Right.
But so you got to weigh simplicity, achievable objectives on the one hand, with trying to deal with these nuances that I think Mr. Kelly knows all about, and others around the table who are actually trying to measure these things. So it's a difficult issue. I would be moving in that direction. You can compromise, maybe identify 2 objectives or 3 objectives. A small number of objectives, and of which one of them would be this. I mean, that's what these college rankings do. They take 5 or 6 things that they think are important and they weight them. I do this myself, and I use graduation rates. not in the abstract, but related to what we would predict they would be given the incoming qualities of the students, the student bodies in terms of their income and their high school preparation and their SAT scores and so on. So, yeah, I'm sympathetic to what you're saying, but there is another side to the story.
Any other comments?
I think if there's no further questions for Bernie, go ahead.
Professor Vetter, would the electronic access to a highly skilled professor be as effective or more effective even than a student being enslaved to a poor professor's class, and should we allow electronic access to the highly skilled professors across the nation as an alternative to give the students the option of that as an alternative to being locked into a classroom of a low-skilled professor?
I am very sympathetic to the concept. The execution is difficult. I'm putting it political and technologically. I think the technology is a minor problem. I think the political obstacles are large. I think we should do much more in that. There have been some recent academic research that show that distance learning properly done is actually more effective in some cases than a traditional classroom learning, and partly because of the reasons you state, because if you use your best and your brightest professors, and not only your brightest but your most effective professors, you tend to get better results. You can also learn a little bit from the for-profit schools. I would not ignore these people. They are in the business of satisfying customers, and to do that, their customers are partly the employers, not just the employees. And to do that, they have to put their stars in front of out there, even online, more than and try to push them more. And I think there's a lot to be said for that. And I'm very sympathetic to that. It's an area worth exploring further.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
If not, I think we will be well served to gain 7 minutes on our agenda and turn the floor to Dr. Britt Kerwin, the Chancellor of the University of Maryland System. I hope that everybody had a chance to read the article of Mid-Atlantic Miracle, which Chancellor Kerwin's office shared with us. If you hadn't had a chance to read it, there is a copy in your blue notebooks, and so I encourage you to read it because it's an interesting description of the political and budgetary currents meeting the will for innovation and hard work. And so, David, is there anything you would like to add regarding the Chancellor before we turn it over?
I can just say that in our brief conversation a week or so ago, I was glad to hear that not only can we learn from what they've experienced, I think the Chancellor has some potential ideas for next steps, and which could maybe accelerate us a bit beyond where we might have thought we were. So, welcome.
Thank you. I believe I'll stand up since I do have a PowerPoint, and I won't be able to see the screen if I don't. First of all, I want to thank you for inviting me to come to Austin and have this conversation. I'm confident I will learn from what you all are doing, just as I hope there's something that you can take away from my presentation. It's always a joy to come to Austin. I was telling Fred that there must be something in the water here. Everybody loves Austin. It's unless you're from Texas A&M.
I love Austin too. I moved here to ensure my kids wouldn't go to the University.
I got a cab from the airport, and the cab driver, I said, "Well, how long have you lived here?" He said, 15 years. I said, "What do you think of Austin?" It's the best city in the world.
Yes.
I mean, it is always a pleasure and joy to come here. Let me say that I always enjoy hearing from Richard. And I mean this in a very positive way. When he finishes, my head hurts. It hurts because I don't know anybody who conveys more ideas in a shorter period of time
So when you started talking 10% faster, I can just imagine what it did to your students. But Richard, as always, I got a lot out of what you had to say. So I want to talk about something we began in the University System of Maryland about 6 or 7 years ago on trying to get our hands around costs. So let me start by just saying, so you have some sense of what we're talking about. The University System of Maryland, there are 11 degree-granting institutions in the system. They include the University of Maryland College Park, which is our flagship campus, which we think is sort of a peer with University of Texas Austin. It also includes a big medical complex in Baltimore, the University of Maryland Baltimore. It includes the University of Maryland University College, which is an online university. So we have a university within our system that all they do is online education. And they have been phenomenally successful. In fact, they are the largest public online university in the United States. We have 2 specialized research centers, 2 regional education centers. I want to talk a little bit about those in a few moments because they have been phenomenally cost effective. They're done in partnerships with our 2-year schools. We got about 145,000 students and 8,000 faculty members, 20,000 staff. So how did this all get started? Well, if you go back to the 2003-2004 time frame, I don't know about Texas, but we were in a recession in Maryland. It was a precursor to the horrible recession that we're in right now. And we had a number of phenomena going on in Maryland. We had this declining state support. Our budget was being cut rather dramatically. We had surging enrollment demand. Maryland was one of the baby boom echo states. So we had a big growth in this time frame of high school graduates, probably like Texas has had. And so there was demand, there was escalating costs because healthcare and energy were really ratcheting up in this time frame. And of course, everybody wanted more higher education. They wanted it for to be prosper in the knowledge economy, just as you do here in Texas. And so we had to reconcile all these completing forces coming at us at once. And so really with a focus on trying to assure quality, accessibility, and affordability in dealing with all of these conflicting currents. So what happened was that the Board of Regents, we have a 17-member board, all citizens of the state appointed by the governor, and we have a student regent on our board, and our student regent has actually been in communication with Kareem. And so we have this 17-member board, and they decided to create an effectiveness and efficiency work group of the board. And it's not a particularly elegant name, but it conveyed what it is we were trying to do. We were trying to be more effective and more efficient in the use of our resources. It was a highly collaborative effort. I, of course, provided the primary staff support to the regents, but we included several of our vice chancellors. The institutional presidents had representation on this work group, and I met with them on a regular basis. We got the senior campus officials involved, and we, at the outset, brought in Accenture as a consultant to help us get started. Now, they stayed with us for about 6 months, and then they went off, and we did our own thing. So, what were we really trying to do? We were, and probably this is true across the country. When you asked people in Annapolis, that's our state capital, Annapolis is our Austin, and also a very beautiful city, I must say. But when you asked people in Annapolis or out in the state about higher education, it was a love-hate relationship. They love higher education because they want their kids to go there and to get an education. They want the research and the service that comes out of our universities. That's the love part. The hate part is they think we are a bloated, inefficient bureaucracy that can only ask for more and never find any way to cut anything. So we were constantly being criticized as being a highly inefficient operation. And so what our board said, okay,
we're going to address these issues. We're going to take every single process we do, administrative and academic, and we're going to vet it. And we're going to find out what are the inefficiencies in those processes, and we're going to wring out the inefficiencies. And we're going to put all this together in a big report, and we're going to go tell the state what we did. Secondly, we're going to be much more sensitive about aligning what we're doing with state priorities. State has huge workforce issues, and in targeted areas that we weren't responding to. We weren't producing enough teachers. We weren't doing enough to help with the bioscience industry that is growing up in the state. So we were going to align our priorities and what we were doing much more tightly with the state's priorities to support economic growth, workforce development, particularly in high-tech areas. And we were going to try to be a more entrepreneurial entrepreneurial in our efforts. So we're going to improve in stewardship of our resources, enhance accountability. We were going to be very transparent. We're going to measure everything we were doing, and we're going to put it on our webpage. So if you go to the system webpage, you will see our dashboard indicators. And you will see how we are performing as a system on all sorts of metrics. And you'll see it institution by institution. And there are green bars and there are red bars. The green bars mean we're doing well. The red bars means we've got to be more work. But we rate a total commitment to being transparent with the state. So what are some of the things we did in Phase 1? I'm going to talk about Phase 2 in just a moment. And incidentally, there won't be anything on this list that probably institutions all over the country haven't done in some way or another. But what was, I think, different about what we did in the time frame we did it, we did all of this in a very systematic way and produced one report with a whole array of actions that we had taken. So we centralized shared services. We had audit functions on each campus. We had construction management functions on each campus. We pooled those together into a central function to save, to take advantage of economies of scale. We began procuring major products as a system. Up until we started this, each institution would have its own energy contract. That was very wasteful. So we pooled our effort and we bought energy as a system for all of our institutions at a huge savings in cost. We began a much more rigorous enrollment management service. Remember, we streamlined the student services. We took a lot of the back office operations and brought them into a single center. What else did we do? Well, faculty workload. Now here comes the 10%.
Yeah, I do this.
Richard,
That's why I told the story.
we increased faculty contact hours by 10%. Now, we didn't do it exactly like Ohio did because we were already measuring what the faculty contact hours were, and there was a standard for the research universities and for the comprehensive universities. Research universities had to have 5 to 6 courses per year, and comprehensive 7 to 9. And so what we did was we increased the contact hours of the faculty using the formula that we already established by 10%. So on average, faculty at our research universities and at our comprehensive universities had to increase their overall contact with students by 10%, and we measured that and we reported to the General Assembly. We limited the degree programs to 120 credits. When we started analyzing, we found that a lot of majors had experienced credit creep. So suddenly, something that would, in a different era, have been 120 credits, was now 128 credits or 132 credits. So the board passed a policy saying no major, unless there is a national accrediting issue, say in engineering, no major can be more than 120 credits. We require all of our students to earn at least 12 credits outside the classroom. They do that by study abroad. They do this by online education. They do this by internships. So anything the faculty have approved as a legitimate means of earning credits, the students have to put together a program where they get 12 credits outside the classroom. That's 10% of the credits they need to graduate. Now you might say, well, what's that? That gives you more capacity in your. If the students aren't in the classrooms, then you've got capacity to serve. We became very careful about enrollment management. Remember, we had all this growth, and we went to the state and we said, we're going to work with you. We're going to grow the least costly institutions. Enrollment growth is going to be at targeted comprehensive institutions, not at our research universities where the cost of education is much higher. So this E&E Phase 1, it started under a Republican governor, Robert Ehrlich, and made a transition under a Democratic governor, Martin O'Malley. When we finished our report on this, Governor Ehrlich was in office. We took it to him. We told him what we had done. We told him how much cost we were taking out of our operations. And this is a quote that he gave to the media, that he now believes that $1 invested in the system will yield $1's value to the state. Remember, one of our goals was to convince the people in Annapolis that we were taking cost containment seriously. Governor O'Malley has continued to support this effort in the university. In fact, they felt so good about what we were doing that the governor went to the private sector and said, "You know what we're going to do? We're going to have a 1 cent increase in the corporate income tax, or $1 increase in corporate income tax, and we're going to dedicate half this money to higher education." And the private sector bought it. Now, can you imagine an increase in the corporate income tax going into higher education? And the governor helped us sell that to the private sector because of the needs in the state and the efficiencies that they saw within the system. So we now, in the most recent legislative session, the governor took $550 million out of the state, the legislature took $550 million out of the governor's budget. In Maryland, the governor proposes a budget, and the legislature can only cut it. They cannot add to it. So they took $550 million out of the budget, but they did not take any money out of the system budget. So, I mean, I think this is an indication that we have convinced the state that we are serious about cost containment and that what we're doing is providing value to the state. Well, what are some of the things that would happen? We now document $130 million that we've taken out of the budget through efficiencies. We've mitigated tuition increases in 2005. For 4 years, in partnership with the state, we did not raise tuition. And I challenge anybody to find a university system that did not raise tuition over these 4 years. We did increase tuition 3% for fall of 2010. In 2004, when we started our E&E effort, Maryland had the 6th highest tuition in the nation, and in fiscal 2011, we have the 21st highest tuition in Maryland. So one of the goals here has been to hold down the tuition increases. I've talked about faculty contact hours. Community college transfer rate is at an all-time high. We have a superb relationship with our community colleges. I meet with them, with several of our presidents, 4 times a year to work on 2+2 degrees, smooth transfer of credit, and I would put Maryland up as a place that has as good a relationship with the community college as almost any I know. Time to degree in the system is at an all-time low, averages 4.5 years to a degree. That's across the system. Graduation rates are above the national average. We have a couple of outliers, but the average across the system is above the national average. And last year we added 5,000 students to the system with no no additional funding from the state. A lot of people have talked about what has happened in Maryland. You just saw the article, which I hope you'll have a chance to read. I think the author of the article, he wrote two pieces. He wrote one for the Washington Monthly, and he wrote another for the Lumina Foundation because they wanted to circulate the Maryland story throughout higher education. Personally, I think on the Washington Monthly piece, he was trying to be a little more provocative than I think was justified, but still I think it makes interesting reading. 5 of our universities were just rated in the Kiplinger's Personal Finance, which along with Forbes is, I think, one of the best rankings because it talks about the value proposition, its quality and cost. 5 of our institutions were ranked in the Kiplinger's Top 100. We saw the Washington Monthly article. The Department of Education has cited cited the University System of Maryland on several occasions, and to our great astonishment, at a White House ceremony, President Obama was making some comments on higher education, and he said, "I challenge university leaders across the country to follow the University System of Maryland example of stewardship." Believe me, we did not had no means of getting that into his remarks, but of course we were thrilled, and we have a video of it. Which I won't show you. Let me talk just real quickly, and then we can maybe talk more about this in the question and answer. What are we doing now? And in this area, it's always, what have you done for me lately? It's one thing to talk about the past success, but now there's an expectation that this will continue. One of the things we are working on. We're not as far along as Virginia. Virginia has done more in this area than any state I know of, but we are trying to follow their good example of providing a systematic way of early access for high school students. A lot of people recognize that the senior year in high school is a big waste of time for many, many students. There are a lot of students who are ready to start taking college courses. Through online technology, through faculty actually going to schools, we are trying to build an early college program. As I mentioned, we have this very good 2-year partnership with the 2-year schools. We are now doing dual admission with the community colleges. And I think you may be doing this in Texas, but this is an idea worth pursuing if you're not. When a student knows, first of all, community colleges are going to be part of our salvation in this cost struggle we have in educating more people. Because, we all know cost is cheaper to go there, and it's less cost to the state or to the public dollar when the community colleges. So we need to strengthen the partnership between the 2- and 4-year schools. We need a model where it is quite common for students to start at 2-year school and move seamlessly into the 4-year sector. So one way we're trying to do this is we now admit students. If a student goes to Montgomery Community College and knows they want to go to College Park to get their 4-year degree, they are admitted to both institutions at the same time. So they start getting advised on coursework, on financial aid, right from day one from College Park, as well as from the community college. Not to mention the seamlessness of the courses we've worked out with the community college. We're, of course, always looking for continued very rigorous efforts on financial best practices, studying both what's going on elsewhere in higher education and the private sector. A huge issue, a huge initiative for us is course redesign, and it gets to the question that Mr. Francis talked about. You all probably have heard of Carol Twigg. Everybody's heard of Carol Twigg? We have become big fans of Carol Twigg in the University System of Maryland. We brought her in as a consultant for 3 years. Every one of our campuses had a project. Carol Twigg discovered some years ago that there's great inefficiency in how we teach lower division courses. Students, typical thing is you have a professor lecturing to 200 or 300 students. They break up and go see a teaching assistant who may or may not be a good teacher and able to explain things well. And the professors don't like it. The students don't like it. Find a student who says, my best course was a large lecture course in calculus. Now, there are some superb large lecturers, and occasionally you will find that, in fact, that was the best teacher. But by and large, faculty don't like to teach in this modality, and students don't like the courses. So Carol Twigg said, well, why are we doing this? She took a lesson from Richard Vedder. So what her idea was is, look, what's wrong here is we need to put more of the onus on learning on the students. We need a more active learning model. This is a very passive. If you're sitting in a class with 200 students, you don't ask a question. You may be reading the school newspaper. You may be doing Twitter. You may be listening to your iPod. It is not an active learning mode. So let's make these lower division courses an active learning model. And then let the students interact with graduate students or faculty in some sort of study hall session and have questions answered. But they are the ones working on workstations and other things. They're the ones that are going to be doing the work for learning. Well, guess what? Carol Twigg found out students do better on uniform finals, and the cost is lower. She has done this now at universities across the country, and to my knowledge, there is no example where one of her sections wasn't done at least the same or lower cost, and that the students didn't do better on the uniform final. So now we are rolling out these Carol Twigg models across our system. For example, psychology at Frostburg is all taught in this active learning mode. Chemistry at the University of Maryland Eastern Shore. Remedial math at Towson. All done in this mode, and we're just getting started. I mean, this is a huge push on our part because it improves learning and it lowers cost. And I don't know how we in higher education cannot embrace this strategy if students are learning more. I can understand it if it's lowering costs and they're not learning as much, but if they're learning more, how can you walk away from this? One other model that's even more sophisticated, to get, Mr. Francis, directly to your question, Carnegie Mellon has started out on what I would call the Carol Twigg approach on steroids. What they have done is they've gone to their cognitive study faculty, and they have gotten their cognitive science faculty to work with the disciplines to develop software so that students can learn, enhance learning at a workstation and get the kinds of prompts that will most enable those students to learn. So they've embarked on this project with a huge grant from Hewlett-Packard. And incidentally, there are some initial costs to this because you need software, you need machines, etc. But they've developed these learning modules, and a good example is with statistics. They ran a controlled experiment with statistics at Carnegie Mellon. They had one group of sections that were taught the usual way. They had another group of sections that used these learning modules to enhance the learning. Then they had a third group who had only the learning modules and interaction with the professor 1 day a week. Then they all took the same final. Guess who scored best? The third group. Second group scored second best. The traditional model scored third best. So we are on the cusp, I think. There is an opportunity for us because of the advances of technology, because of the need to make this lower division learning much more active. Upper division learning tends to be an active learning model. It's the lower division that isn't. And so a huge part of our effort going forward with E&E is on this course redesign, particularly at what we call the gatekeeper courses, the ones that stop students from making progress. We want to change them into gateway courses by using this redesign strategy. We're also expanding our regional centers. I'm probably running out of time, but let me just say what a regional center is. In Montgomery County, Maryland, wealthiest county in the state, huge workforce, economic engine for the state, no four-year school. So what did we do? There's a community college there by the name of Montgomery College. We built a regional education center there. The students start at Montgomery College. Then 9 of our campuses are bringing to this center degrees that are needed in Montgomery County. Bioscience workers, teachers, IT folks. And so we can pick and choose from our 11 degree granting campuses the degrees they need in Montgomery County, and we articulate those degrees from the community college. Think of the cost savings this is in producing those degrees right there in Montgomery County without building another university. No university could have the range of degrees that we have by picking and choosing from these 11 campuses. This has worked extremely well for us, and well, let me just say, I'm like Richard, a big believer that we've got to demonstrate much greater sensitivity to cost. We cannot sustain the model that we are on in higher education. It just is not possible to do. There isn't going to be enough money. I saw a projection the other day that said, it looked at the U.S., what fraction of our GDP goes to debt, and there was a bar chart. Guess, on our current trajectory, guess where we're going to be in 2020? 90% of our GDP goes to entitlements and debt. I mean, this is not a model that can be staying. So we have got to, in higher education, find lower cost ways of providing education. Tuition elasticity is gone. We cannot continue this trajectory with tuition. E&E has become a way of life for us, and it is all now about finding lower cost means of delivering high quality education so we can serve the citizens of the state. So that's my story, and I will stop with that, Brett.
Thank you, Brett. I apologize we weren't able to bring more passionate experts to the committee this morning. I'm sure we may have a lot of questions. I'll exercise the privilege of leading off. The $130 million in savings that you pulled out of the cost of Maryland's higher education, that was over that 4-year period?
Yes.
So
that's from the start. I would say the clock probably started ticking in 2005 and up through this fiscal year.
Well, a couple of questions to help us put it in context. What percentage of that is that of Maryland's overall budget if you were to average it annually?
If you look at what the state gives us, it would be about 10%. We get $1 billion roughly from the state, a little over $1 billion, and we've taken about a little over $100 million, $120 million out of our operations through the various efficiencies that we've done by consolidating operations, by huge savings on energy costs, by, let's say, purchasing the system as opposed to individual.
That's one area we're going to hear about later in the agenda today. Were the energy savings the lowest hanging fruit in terms of your initial?
Energy savings were very low hanging fruit. There's no question about that. I think some of the consolidations we did were also but other procurements. I mean, universities buy a huge amount of software, and so we entered into a universal contract with Microsoft. And at one time, Microsoft said it was the lowest, the most cost-effective contract that they had in the United States. I don't know if that's true anymore, but because we had the purchasing power of the state. And so we later brought in the K-12 segment, which really ramped up the use of that power. But there was huge savings on software services.
Can you, again, put that in context on the energy software?
You know, I can give you the numbers. I can get the numbers. I don't remember I know that in one contract with energy, there was something, the savings was around $15 million. Documented savings of what it would have been had we not bought it as a system.
Annually?
Yes.
Excuse me, when you say annual, I don't know, I'd have to look at the date. I don't know the number of years, but I can find that for you, and I will send you the report on that.
Thank you. I'm sure there's lots of other questions. Bernie?
I was just wondering if there had been any discussion about institutionalizing those mandatory 12 credit hours outside the classroom back into the 4th year of high school.
Well, I mean, it's a very good question. It's not per se that, but what we are certainly trying to do is to make college courses more readily available to high school seniors who are ready to take the courses. So that would certainly count in this 12 credits outside the classroom, because they would be basically enrolled in our institution. One thing that we've done, I was reminded by Richard's question about how much of your facilities being used in the late afternoon. And one thing that two of our institutions that have high enrollment demand have done that has worked extremely well is that they admit a freshman class. And of course, like Austin or UT Austin or Texas A&M, I'm sorry, like UT Austin or Texas A&M, there are many more students want to come than you can serve. So what the institution, what both College Park and Towson have done is they admit some students who can come to the institution as basically part-time students, up to 12 credits. But they can only take courses in the late afternoon. And so they don't live in the residence halls. They have to live on the edge of the campus, but there are plenty of nice student apartments they can have an athletics card, a rec card, etc. And they can take up to 12 credits. But they can only take them after 2 o'clock. So now this has been a great efficiency, because what happens is from fall to spring, every university loses students. They graduate in December. Some of them drop out. So you have capacity in the spring that somehow goes wasted in a way. So these students who are taking 12 credits in the late afternoon become full-time students in the spring. And they've also already got a running start on their degree, and it's a much more efficient use of our space. And this current for next fall, we've got 600 students coming into College Park who will be in this program. So it is a way of both making greater use of the facilities and ensuring a more even distribution of students across the fall and spring semesters.
Roberto?
I'm very interested in your relationship with the community colleges, especially in your dual enrollment program. Right. And from the inception of that program to now, what has been the increase in enrollment in that program?
You know, it's a very good question, and I just don't have the data. But we have the largest. This coming fall, we will have, and I'll have to get you the data, but have the largest number of transfer students from community colleges in our history. We are doing our strategic plan for the next 10 years. Currently, about somewhere between 40 and 45% of our students come to us from community colleges. That's a very large number. We're thinking as we go forward that's going to go up into the 80% range.
And I would think so. We have a dual enrollment program with A&M at our system, and we've seen a large increase in that enrollment.
You know what's so, Roberto, what's so great about it is, I think that, you know, we have a large dropout rate from community college, and I think I could just, psychologically, I could imagine a student in a community college sort of wondering, where am I going to go to a four-year? They don't feel part of the continuum.
Right.
And by having this dual, they're already part of a campus.
Exactly.
In your case, with A&M. So they're planning now for a four-year degree. So anyway.
And I will submit too, Chancellor, that with the savings and tuition that they have those first 2 years, they'll less likely drop out in their junior and senior year because they'll be able to absorb the cost of education.
And I think one other thing that we've tried to do, and we need to do an even better job of, is that four-year institutions are sort of programmed to give their financial aid to incoming freshmen. And so as we've started this program, we've begun setting aside some money so we can provide the financial aid to the two-year students. One other thing, you know, we're very interested now, and I think for all sorts of good reasons, in measuring the percent of our young adults who have a degree, either two-year or four-year degree. Because we're falling behind the rest of, I think this is a good benchmark for us. I think we're now ranked 10th in the world in the percent of our young adults with a 2- or 4-year degree, and we were number one at one point in my lifetime. So one thing we're trying to do as well is create a reverse transfer of credit. What do I mean by that? Student goes to a community college, maybe doesn't complete the 2-year degree. I think they ought to complete the 2-year degree, but maybe they don't. They come with 30 credits. Then they come and they'll take 40 or 50 credits. Something will happen in their life. They have to drop out. They have nothing. They've got 80 or 90 credits. They have nothing. So what we're doing with our community colleges, we're tracking, once they come to our campus, the credits they earn, and when they earn enough to get an AA degree, we notify the community college, and then it's up to them. If they want to award the 2-year degree, then they can, and then the student has something. Hopefully they'll go on and finish their 4-year degree, but if not, they've got a credential. I think it's an idea worth exploring.
Well, we're doing it.
Are you? Well, my hat's off to you.
All around Texas, we're really approaching
I applaud you. We thought this was an original idea, but we see there are no original ideas.
Well, Chancellor, at this last graduation, we gave a reverse degree to 2 A&M students that had graduated about 30 years ago. They're architects already.
Is that right?
And they wanted degrees from our community college. So,
is there automatic, Roberto? Is there an automatic notice feature?
We're working on that with UTSA and all of the institutions in our system. And I think Richard, y'all are doing it too in El Paso. Austin's doing it. Everybody's doing it.
Actually, the common application that the registrars have recently agreed for the next round that they will provide those records back to community colleges.
And it's going to help us a lot too in terms of completion rates too for community colleges, because we lose out on that definition when these guys just leave us and go straight to the 4-year institutions. And we don't get any credit for it, even though we've given them enough to get at least an associate's degree, and they don't show up or apply for it.
Well, you know, one idea that obviously this would need to be thought through carefully, but it seems to me that it would be an easy calculation to show there is a savings to the state if a student will complete the AA degree before transferring. So if there is a saving to the state, some of that saving ought to come back to the students as an incentive.
Yes, sir.
So, you know, if you will finish your AA degree before you transfer, then maybe you get some kind of state scholarship.
And I agree with you. I think that some of our grant programs in the state should be focused on transfer students coming out of community colleges. Because the sticker shock, first of all, going from a community college to a 4-year institution is massive. Right. And also we know already that we can invest in those students because they are completers. They want to finish, versus a freshman who may have no idea where he's going.
Chancellor, how important is the role of articulation agreements toward the dual admission strategy?
Huge, and it's a lot of work, but it is work well worth doing. We're sort of doing, what we're doing is basically degree program by degree program. So we have what we call an Associate Arts of Teaching. And what we guarantee a student is if they complete the AA degree in the Associate Arts of Teaching, they come into any of our teaching programs as juniors. They don't have to go back and take additional courses. They are juniors when they come here, and they're ready for upper division work. And the seamlessness has been worked out with the faculty both from the 4-year and the 2-year institutions. We're now doing associate arts in nursing with the same kind of associate arts in engineering, worked out with our engineering programs, so that and I think it takes that kind of focus, because it really is a disciplinary kind of matter to be sure that the students are getting exactly the right courses with the right content at the 2-year school to be able to make this a seamless transfer.
Are all your campuses participating in the same articulation agreements? So it's not institution by institution, but statewide or system,
right,
including the flagship.
Right. And you know, we draw on faculty from all of the institutions in building these 2+2 articulation agreements.
We're more, rather than original ideas, we're really more interested in well-executed plagiarism. Are there any, David, and then Ernie?
This is in regards to implementation. I got a couple of questions.
Sure.
One, did I understand you correctly that there's one board of regents for the whole state?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
2, faculty, going back to what Dr. Vetter said, how difficult was it to get the faculty to cooperate with what you were trying to get them to do?
You know, it was, we had a, to say it was, it'd be misleading you if I said it was easy. I mean, there were communication challenges, there was pushback, there was resistance, but I think 2 things made it work. One was we had a massive communication effort. You know, I was sending, the chairman of the board and I were communicating regularly with the campuses. The presidents were on board. They were communicating regularly with the presidents. So we had a very carefully thought through communication strategy on what we were doing and why we were doing it. Secondly, I think if we had just said, okay, we're going to increase faculty contact hours by 10% and that's it, it would, you know, we'd had a revolt on our hands. But what we explained, and I think successfully explained, was this was part of a package. That we needed to build a different kind of relationship with the state. We needed them to be our partner and our ally. And we're putting together a whole menu of things that we are going to do to show the state that we are taking seriously this cost containment. And I think people seen it in that context, were able, you know, kind of accepted or bought into it. And, you know, I think the results have been, I mean, when you look at what has happened to our budgets over the last 5 years in this really difficult economy and compared to most of the rest of the nation, not, I think you just put out a sheet showing what happened to states over the last 5 years, and Maryland was way up at the top in its preservation of its budget. And believe me, it wasn't always that way in Maryland. And we started to get even because we were getting the heck cut out of our budget. So, you know, I think this effort at a really systematic, with substance effort to demonstrate cost containment to the state has paid and continues to pay huge dividends to us. Now, you know, will it last forever? Who knows? But we're in for some. I think this decade is going to be the most difficult decade in the history of higher education. I think we're kidding ourselves if we think we can get through this decade with business as usual. If we do, we will be failing our country. We have got to find new ways of providing high-quality education at a lower cost, or we aren't going to be the America we want our children and grandchildren to inherit. I feel that with all of my 50 years in higher education belief that this is a moment of truth for higher education, and that's why the sort of questions you all are wrestling with and the advice you're going to be giving the state is so very, very important.
Well, thank you.
Obviously, personnel costs are the biggest part of the educational system, and I was curious, and probably from a position of ignorance on my part, but the ratio of faculty of 8,000 to 20,000 staff, what's the role of the staff, and is that an area that could be...
I think probably the 8,000 is included. The staff includes the 8,000, and we have several hospitals, and so staff that number would include people working in the hospital. If you look at sort of the sort of traditional academic programs, our ratio of faculty staff looks quite normal. In fact, even I would say on the low side. We also have a huge land grant operation, two land grant institutions in our system. So there's lots of staff associated with the agricultural extension efforts.
One question I was going to ask, but I think you answered it in your presentation, was what has happened to actual faculty teaching loads. In your presentation, you said you set the goal at a 10% increase, but actual classroom contact hours are up 20%.
Well, that's in that particular bullet. What that is saying is that on our research campuses, regular faculty have 20% more interaction with undergraduates. That's what's going on.
That includes office hours, includes
20% more interaction with. But the teaching load is the 10% increase.
And did you achieve that 10%? Is that now the new norm?
Yes. And we have to, and those reports are audited because we report that to the state. In our state, we have to report on these. So when we said we were increasing 10%, the state has auditors and they look at this. So we're very confident in the fact that that's been accomplished.
So what is the actual? I know you differentiated between comprehensive and flagship. What is the actual class level?
Well, we had ranges, and over time, not unexpectedly, most of our institution had drifted down to the low end point of the range, and what basically we did, and this is what produced the 10, you had to be at the median or above. So basically, we lowered the threshold on the range.
So the median became the floor.
Right. And incidentally, I want to emphasize, because it's a point that Richard made a moment ago, it doesn't mean every faculty member has 10% more contact hours. What it does mean is that deans and department chairs have to be much more rigorous management of the human resources. That is to say, you've got a really hot researcher, a Nobel Prize winner, maybe they don't teach as much. But then somebody else has got to be teaching more to offset so even though the average is up 10%, it is a very highly differentiated teaching style.
The metric is a higher standard, but there's a great deal of flexibility.
Right, there's flexibility for individual faculty.
But your point gets back to something that Professor Vetter said. We need data about who the most effective teachers are. We don't want to put the least effective teachers in the classroom more than they currently are.
Laura, you had a question?
I'd like to know about faculty's acceptance of course redesign.
Very, very good question. And, it's bimodal. There are, and I'm going to be sort of unfairly general in my comment, I think older faculty are more resistant. But what we have found is that younger faculty get turned on by this. There is an opportunity here for creativity with the curriculum. I mean, you can rethink how you're going to, he's given the same lecture 100 times.
Yeah.
Well, here's a chance to get out of that modality and really think about, hey, if my goal is to impart as much knowledge as humanly possible, and I got technology and I can redesign how this thing works, that appeals to a certain number of faculty. So I do think that this is going to be an evolutionary process. But I do think as you know, faculty turn over and you get younger and younger faculty who are very resonant with the technology, it will pick up steam. You know, I'm one of these. I actually used to. I'm a mathematician, and I used to like to teach. I was just criticizing large lecture courses. I used to like to teach large lecture calculus. Somehow I'm a weird guy, I guess. But anyway, so just for old time's sake, I periodically ask one of my colleagues in the math department at College Park if I could teach his or her class, and I do that maybe once or twice a year, just for old time's sake. And I can remember when I would go in the class before, the students had an option, basically 3 options. They could listen to me, they could read the Diamondback, that was a student newspaper, or they could sleep. But now, they can do one of those 3 things, but they can also do Twitter, they can listen to their iPods, they can text message. I mean, the stimuli coming into that classroom is just getting this young generation of students has a very short attention span. You have got to be stimulating them for them to be engaged and learn. And so I think there's a very happy marriage here of the technology that's becoming available and what it is that will engage the student. That's what I think makes the and then when you couple in with that, you can save money. The time is right for this course redesign to really take hold and move forward.
It is time to move on.
Okay, speaking of moving on.
Chancellor, thank you.
Well, I'm enjoying it.
We've got lots more questions, so the longer you can hang around, the more people will probably buttonhole you.
Well, thank you all very much. I enjoyed
Thank you.
being here.
And Laurie, thank you for your question. As a member representing younger faculty in Texas.
That was great.
Our next presentation is on electronic textbooks, and our student regent from the University of Texas system, Karim Mayer, is here to present the work of the student regent statewide.
Don't mind, I'm going to sit up to the front. That's okay with you guys?
That's fine.
All right.
Do whatever you're comfortable with.
All right, that'll work.
And there is a report in your notebooks.
There is.
They just have one system, so they're luckier than us. But do you understand him to say that they accomplish all of those things with internal policy and not within legislation?
It is on.
I think it was a college.
There we go. All right, well, good morning. I think that was a perfect segue by the Chancellor to kind of lead up to how do we do course redesign. I think this is actually going to be a perfect transition to actually give you an idea and a concept right now how we could actually maybe change this. I won't go into the background with the House Bill 4149 that kind of brought me into this whole situation to talk about this. So I have a limited amount of time, and I think it's more effective that I kind of talk about what's going on right now. So here were the textbooks in the 1900s, all right? You jump 100 years forward, you go to a college classroom, that's what textbooks still look like. I think we all can appreciate that the gold standard we've assumed to transfer information, because that's all those textbooks do, they just transfer information. It's just, that's the medium we've chosen to be the gold standard of transferring information in higher education. And that's how we've kept it for 100 years. Now you look at other industries. Do we still travel like this? No, we don't. We don't deliver people in horse and buggy. We got trains. It moved to a car. We decided to upgrade the car. Cars are getting even fancier. Go to another industry. Forget about transportation. Music. If you weren't in that lecture hall or in that opera house in the 1900s to listen to that that fantastic piece of opera, you didn't have the ability to appreciate what happened there or get any understanding. But we moved on. Now we got records. Now you can transfer it. Those records got even better. We went to 8-tracks. We went to tapes. We went to CDs. Now you have an entire library of things on an MP3 player. Thousands of those operas. Thousands of pieces of information. You don't have a CD collection anymore. So these are the kind of things, I just want to bring up this question. Do we need to change the way we deliver higher education to students? And I think e-textbooks may be a conduit to what I'm calling a digital learning environment, which I think is kind of the pairing the transition. You know, we heard from Chancellor Kerwin, how do you get measurables and outcomes? And how do we figure out how is the student doing? Is the teacher providing a good experience in the classroom? Well, I think e-textbooks provides more digital engagement. You actually can have a pulse on that class before the midterm. You know which student is doing bad in what part based on assessments that are built into these e-textbooks. So are they the solution? And this is all based kind of on a pilot program that was run at UT Austin, which we were told by the coordinating board to look into and make recommendations to yourselves on what did we find from that. But I'm going to take that a step further because I'd be wasting your time if I just reported what the pilot study showed us. So I'm going to tell you what we're doing now, moving forward, to actually bring it full circle to where we should be going with this. So to understand e-textbooks, you first kind of understand the textbook market. So it's perfect we had our economics professor. This is just a little economics 101 we'll go into. The textbook market, when you think of a student's perspective, it's the only other market I can think of other than healthcare with physicians that the consumer is not the one that chooses the product. Whatever your professor tells you is the required materials, or you should have X, Y, and Z book to do well in my class. Well, we're going to go buy it, and every student will buy it. Forget about the dollar price. Sometimes, and I think this second point is changing, professors may not know the cost of their learning materials. They may just, every year, well, I use that one, I'll just continue with the new edition of this one. They may not know the actual value or cost that is putting the burden on their students to go out there and purchase. The last point, students undoubtedly adhere to professors' requirements. There was a study done by the GAO that looked at price and elasticity of textbooks. They looked at a consumer market of books and then a textbook market of books. 10% increase in a book at a Barnes & Noble's would drop 35% in quantity bought. A 10% increase in any textbook across the market led only to a 2% decline. Okay, from a 35% in just the regular casual market, it was done at Barnes & Noble's, to a 2% decline in textbooks. Kids will buy whatever the professor tells them is the needed course requirement books to do well in that class. Textbook prices increasing at 6% a year over the last couple decades. I mean, it's getting to the point. I mean, we got to figure out a way to put the brakes on this. Average estimate, this was 03-04, so I imagine these numbers are bigger. And the range, the 898 is, again, from the GAO report in 2005. It's ranged from 700 to 1,000. And again, I imagine these numbers, if we just keep kind of moving with textbook prices, that's got to be closer to 1,000, if not 1,100 by now. And then 26% of a student's 4-year cost. So if you forget about what tuition and fees are, what's coming out of the student's pocket? What's the student's perspective? Well, what do I got to pay to go to college? Up to 26% of their 4-year cost just goes to textbooks. Okay? Not to institutions, not to bettering higher education or our institutions. It's to publishing companies, retailers, online marketplaces. Understanding the textbook market, Economics 101, there's 4 major publishers. They dominate 85% of the market. That's an oligopoly, from what I learned. 2 major retailers of the new and used. So now you have a subset of the market that just trades textbooks like commodities. A textbook falls out of favor in the East Coast. The West Coast decides to like it, transfer the used textbooks over there, transfer as a commodity, put a markup on it. So you have these people that just retailers that are moving kind of textbooks like commodities. Falls out of favor in one place, move it over here. They don't like it at that institution, transfer it over here. And that's what's happening. The used textbook market, in my opinion, is the absolute driving force of new textbook prices. In any way, shape, or form you want to perpetuate the used textbook market, you're going to continue to drive new textbooks up, no matter what. You want more rental programs and go spend thousands or millions of dollars in textbooks to start a rental program, you're just going to continue to perpetuate what new book prices will cost. Publishers do not see a dime if it's not a new book price. They absolutely lose out on any revenue or profit. They have no incentive anymore to better these textbooks, to put any money into R&D at all into these things. And anything, again, the used textbook market is the underlying issue here, not the solution. It's the solution for these short-term things that we want to do, but in the long term, it's not. There's no way. It's not sustainable. You want to break down the dollars. Where in the world does this money go for every dollar I pay in textbooks? This is broken down. I don't have a lot of time, so I can't really go into every specific. Essentially, 75% of that dollar goes to a publisher, once you add up those numbers, and 25% goes to a retailer. That's how the breakdown. And again, you have to question the source. This is from the National Association of College Stores. Okay, I'm as a physician, I look at where do these studies come from. Who's the author of this? So I don't know. College stores, whose side are they on? So that's that came out. So that's quote unquote what they believe is right. University of Texas at Austin, we looked at textbook affordability. This was in 2008, and it's funny because in 2008 there was never a mention of moving to maybe e-textbooks or a digital learning environment. And this was our primary conclusion, that in the short term, faculty members selecting the learning materials are the driving cost. It's the same way physicians are in healthcare. They may get paid 10-15% of the market of the healthcare pie, yet they're controlling, I promise you, about 80% of the cost. What procedure you get, what tests you get, where you got to go to order, what drug you should be on, they're controlling the rest. It's the same kind of way with professors in higher ed. So the ebook pilot study, what was it and what went on? John Wiley was the only one at that time that wanted to jump in with us. So they partnered with UT Austin, provided e-textbooks. What kind of e-textbook do they provide? This is a huge issue I need to get across. All they gave us was a PDF version of the same book we had. That is the worst type of e-textbook imaginable and possible. It was terrible. All you did was make a PDF form of the hardback book. And then how did you deliver it? It was done in some of these upper division courses, very selected few that John Wiley was publishing, that we had professors that were using those. In addition, a low-cost print option, which was enormously popular. For about $20-25, students were buying just a black and white copy version of the textbook. Not the big pictures, not the hardback, not the nice gloss, everything. That's all they wanted. And that was a big deal. So what did we see? Again, the current format that ebooks were provided at that time was absolutely just horrendous. That was not the way that was going to go. Cost savings alone, we gave these for free. We didn't even ask the students to pay for the e-textbook. It was free. We still had about 30% that said, I don't even care if you give it to me free. I won't use it. It is so bad. We cannot learn from this. I want to be able to write and take notes in my book. I want navigation easy. I want to be able to not have to sit at my laptop or my desktop all day to read a textbook. So, that part was never thought into the equation. And then no benefit. We didn't really see that the students with the ebooks were studying anymore. Were they doing better? Those things weren't measured. So there was some holes in the study, but again, it wasn't a bad study. I think we're moving in the right direction because it raised the questions that we need to look at this, and this, and answer it. So what's the next step? And I think this is the whole presentation, really, because I think this is the most important part. At the center, a digital learning environment has got to happen. Students are looking for this, absolutely. And I think e-textbooks are a conduit to lead into this digital learning environment. How do we do this? It starts with students, professors, device companies, publishers, legislation, and researchers. You look around the country, when people look at e-books, it's patchwork, it's piecemeal. You have one company or one institution that wants to try the Kindle out. You have somebody that wants to test out PDFs like us. Nobody has really looked at, well, what's the whole thing that has to come together? And it's all those pieces. So what have we done, or what have I helped coordinate with the help of Kevin Hegarty at UT Austin? So let me start with students. They're demanding definitely a more affordable way of just getting the information. That's all they're asking for. How can I get the information on these textbooks to me at a better cost that can actually still improve my quality? The biggest thing here, also waiting for the e-textbook, but a device that parallels, not just the software. The software has to be paralleled with the hardware. And so that's what I started working on. Once I knew where the students were going, where do I need to go next? Every one of these institutions, it's over 1 million students. And the chancellor, his student regent, Sarah, which was, he mentioned, every one of these institutions wrote me a letter of support. From the West Coast to the East Coast, in between, Nebraska as well is not up there. Every one of their regions on their boards. I explained to them what we were doing, which I'm going to continue with the presentation that you guys will see. All wrote me a letter saying, I am so glad somebody or some institution is finally going to look at this thing, the whole picture, and not piecemeal patchwork this for us. And I have all their copies of letters. If anybody wants one, I'd be more than happy to email them to you. Every one of those. So professors, so I had to speak with them. You know, what do you guys want to do? Because I think they're the core. If the professor does not see value or want to integrate this idea into their classroom, it'll never happen. So I had to start with them. And there are a lot of professors that are extremely interested and already doing this. This is not new or innovative to them. And you know, they're asking, great, now just give us the support with the system. Let's do this. I'm already using digital technologies and digital learning environments. I'm not even asking my student to purchase a textbook. I'm doing this completely digitally through my own kind of course and resources and not asking any more out-of-pocket costs. Device companies. I've talked to two. One I'm under NDA I can't speak with, and the other one familiar, Entourage. These companies are designing a device now that built for the academic learning environment. Don't talk about the Kindle right now. I don't want to hear about the Sony Reader. They were built for a casual reader. It's like showing up to the big construction site with your wheelbarrow, okay, when you need a dump truck to move dirt. It's like, get out of here. That tool does not work for the academic world, and that's not it's not built that way. It's a single scroll down. If you look at a student's workspace, look at your workspaces now. It's strewn around. Students want to be able to navigate, move around. They want to be able to write, take notes in something that's portable, highlighting. You know, go open up a textbook of a student, especially a humanities major, and you'll learn about what engaging a text means. It is written all over, highlighted in, but that's what they're looking for. These devices are already, you know, they'll come with internet capabilities. Their books are stored on it. You no longer are carrying these big backpacks, or God forbid if this, you know, finally moves forward one day, your kids don't go with the wheeling backpacks to school, which is ridiculous, carrying 4 and 5 textbooks in there. There's no need for that. You know, one device could have all their text, and in the long term, store that. So not that I'd leave my college campus, I lose all the work that I did. You know, this is a key, and again, I'm working with them, and they're ready to come to Austin, already on board. Publishers. So you had to go figure out who are these publishers. The CEO of Pearson, the CEO of McGraw already showed up. Already met with them and visited. They're highly interested. They want to know, how do we make a better e-device or e-book for students? Bedford, Freeman, and Flat World Knowledge I also want to bring to the table. The reason I want to bring them is Flat World Knowledge is open source and free. It's no cost to students. They make money through ancillary sources. Provide a study guide, charge a student. They'll provide maybe a low-cost printing option for students. So that's the way their business model wants to achieve, you know, making a profit. Bedford Freeman is kind of a different model. They let the professor pick and choose whatever they want. You like 3 chapters from that book? Go ahead and take it. You like some PowerPoints that you already have? We'll put it in there. You want 2 chapters from there? You want a journal article from here? You create the book. I mean, we pay, what, 60-70% of our institutional dollars go into people? Well, then let the people pick the design of the textbook and what they want. You know, that's why we're paying the professors. They're experts in what they do, and we want to give them the ability to pick and choose how they want to deliver that information. So that's why I wanted to bring a different assortment of companies. You know, the big dominating guys that make, you know, the big waves in the market, to the little guy that makes no money, provides open source. So legislation, I think state support would be absolutely crucial. You know, I don't think just UT Austin can just make this happen as well as it needs to happen by itself. As well as, you know, any types of funding or other researchers that are involved. I know some people from here from the higher ed. I know Lee's already involved and kind of interested. I mean, it would be great. But then again, a lot of these publishers and a lot of these device companies are already interested enough to where, you know, they're looking to fund us and they're looking to help out. And again, we're working with that. And then the last thing, researchers. So you put all this together, like anything, you have to produce, you know, whether it's evidence-based medicine, evidence-based research. I got to know if this works. So does a student learning more through a digital learning environment, through an e-textbook at a lower cost, do better than a student on standard textbooks? Do they not? We need to know that. You can now measure outcomes with professors. Who is actually better at teaching than a different professor? Because through these e-textbooks, which I don't have enough time to go into, but the engagement, a professor can, through these new e-textbooks, professors can see how students are doing before a midterm. They can see, is this student learning better or not? What parts are he failing on? Did I totally miss chapter 3 and not give a good presentation that day? Because self-assessments are built into all these e-books. So it's almost real-time knowledge of how the course is doing, how the students are doing throughout. So this basically ties it up. And again, no system really across this country that I've seen has tried to put all the pieces together to really look at e-books, which will lead to, I think, a digital learning environment. And does it work? And this would have to be all the components that would need to come into, and again, with the researchers quarterbacking the outcomes of this. And does it work? Again, do we save money for the students, and can the quality be improved? And I stayed on my time perfectly, so that is it. I guess questions are actually for later.
Yes. Okay. And I think, Patty, we're going to try to break the question session into 2 smaller sessions, are we not? Despite what the agenda has on it. We discussed not waiting till the very end of all of the next.
So we'll do this one and then this one's yours. Have the question answered and then the next.
Okay. Our next presenter is the aforementioned Dr. Calvin Jameson. Are you going to speak from up there? Or?
Yes.
Okay.
Right on.
And although I have not had the opportunity to meet Calvin before today, we first heard rumor of him at the December Higher Education Leadership Conference, and that we had someone with some industry background actually applying lean principles. Mary, did you talk with Dr. Jameson about the video clip?
I don't know that we have time.
Let's punt, and we'll leave that to the end. This was our major policy discussion at our October board meeting, where we had a presentation on lean. A lot of what we've talked about in all of our meetings has been about what to do, but this next presentation will give us some idea on how to do it and how to sustain it. So, Calvin, we'll turn it over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Commissioner, and members of the Advisory Committee. I'm Calvin Jameson. I'm the Vice President of Business Affairs at the University of Texas at Dallas in Richardson. And what I like to do is say a little bit about my background. I started my career at Virginia Tech, where I did my undergrad, my master's, and my doctorate. Then I went on to Virginia Commonwealth University, an urban university. Then I went to the private sector, the Ethel Corporation, a petroleum additives company, a $6 billion company. We had subsidiaries all over the world. From that, I became the city manager of Richmond, a $1.2 billion organization, 4,500 employees. And then from there, I went to Hampton University, a traditional HBCU in Hampton, Virginia. And then from there to here at University of Texas at Dallas. Now, from that, I brought a lot of things that we've done. But when I started out, I had a 30-minute presentation. And then they told me I had 15 and then 10. So I've leaned it up in a lot of respects to make sure all the bases are covered. So I'm going to jump through this and then talk about some of the things we're doing at the University of Texas at Dallas. First of all, just a little bit to understand, you cannot implement lean or cost containment and sustain it without a culture change. Let me reiterate that. You cannot implement lean or cost containment and sustain it without a culture change. Now, lean is the elimination of waste and non-value activities, the process in order to improve efficiencies. As you can see, Leaning Tower, obviously, they got a man who was leaning who built it. It says a message here. And lean is not intended to eliminate people, but to maximize their talent and free up capacity. And you'll learn why this is important as we work through it. Because the people who find value are the ones who are doing the work on a daily basis. It's a way of thinking, enacting an entire organization to achieve operational efficiencies. And as you can see, my cartoons suggest, as you can see, we have thought carefully about ways to improve productivity in this company. Transformation process about how an organization conducts business rather than a short-term cost. All concepts to look at the way we do business. Now, what we've done at UTD is simply this. This will back it up. I came in August of 2007. Since then, by this fall, we will have added 600,000 new square feet to the campus. We would have planted 5,000 trees. We would have done over $300 million, almost $300 million in projects on campus during that block of time. So we had to look at ways in which we streamline how we do business, because you can't just add additional people when you add the faculty along the way. And we've been able to do that. One of our goals that Dr. Daniel, our president, said was operational efficiency in the strategic plan. And so we had to look at ways in which we did business on campus, and I brought those principles from my variety of industries I've had. It is culture-driven, not individual. And I'll understand as we work this, the culture's got to drive it. And in our case, we talked about something called customer service or service mindset. And you can understand how this process works as we work through it. It's proactive versus reactive. And to do that, in our lean training sessions, I pulled together 18 of our VPs, associate VPs, etc., to come together to talk about lean principles. Because you got to understand the culture first going into it. We went through the training to talk about it. Then we began to go out to our stakeholders, the people who on the front line understood the lean process and what it meant. It's process-driven versus time. And it's focused on process across departments, and it's focused on cost containment. And cost containment sometimes requires that you invest, okay, in order to save money along the way. And we developed what we call common pride, and I got my badge here. It talks about that. And pride meaning promote process improvement, reward results, involve the campus, deliver excellence, and enhance efficiency. All talking about the things we're trying to do to push the campus along the way. Now, what does this really mean in terms of what we're doing? Basically, we talk about the process of a continuous improvement, continuous feedback, and continuous evaluation on everything. Understand that lean is a journey, it's not a destination. It's a culture change. Now, I keep saying that because in order for you to get to the point where it can be implemented throughout an organization, it's got to be that cultural perspective. It's about time, motion, and money. You can save time, you can save motion, you can save money. Okay, it's not either or. It's a combination of those that allow you to accomplish what you want to accomplish over time here. Now, the results. And because I leaned it up, I'll give you some examples. What we're trying to do is automate a lot of things. First of all, we've gone through 177 processes that we've mapped to improve. We showed a picture here. We go through and look at all the processes that we have, and anything that doesn't add value, we take it out. And we think about, the way we measure that is that we talk about how much time and how many times you touch that piece of paper. Okay? And then that's money saved whenever you can do that. And what we're trying to do is this. As we bring on new faculty, we have a lot of admins, for example, who are doing work that they've done for a long time. Our goal is simply to free up some of that capacity they have so they can take on those new responsibilities along the way. And you can see that. Automated bank reconciliation process. It took us 120 hours before, now it takes us 32 hours a month, saving 1,056 hours. We're managing the process. Example. Another one. Cost containment strategy, looking at energy. We saved $421,000 in utility savings while we added almost 235,000 square feet. All looking at the way we do business, negotiating contracts, spending time looking at the small things. We automated our budget submission process and basically saved 10,000 sheets of paper. Now, Kareem is talking about, or Dr. Mayer is talking about all of the things that students have today. I have a 16-year-old daughter. If I want to talk to her, I can't call her on the phone. I text her. You know, I call her, she won't answer, but she'll text me back. Okay, in that perspective. And that's a generational thing. And that's how they learn in that respect. So all of this issue here is saving time. 10,000 sheets of paper over time, what it's going to mean. What did it look like before? All the books, now it's automated. Okay, that's what we're looking to do. Admissions enrollment services. We had multiple forms for scholarship awards. We narrowed it down to one form. Okay, what that does is streamlines the process in terms of what you're doing. Finance and Comptroller's Office. It took us 3 days to go through a requisition process and cut it in half. Okay, time it sits on somebody's desk, the process in terms of what happens overall. The before, the after. The stacks of paper. Okay, what you can save over time. Again, it's about cultural change and working through the process there. Now, why did I bring in customer services? Here's what we decided to do, and this goes from my years of experience working in local government, private sector, etc. The people on the front line are the ones who know the process the most. So what I did, I came in, I put together about 30 to 40 admin assistants, and I said to them, you guys come up with, if you would, guiding principles on customer service on this campus, and I'll support you, we'll implement it. And this is what they did. We put them together, they came up with the guiding principles, and since then we had over 300 employees go through the customer service training, and 200 have been certified. Why is this important? They're the front lines. They know the process is better than anyone. They know where your problems are, and they're going to be the champions of what you're trying to accomplish. And here's what they came up with. Our values are integrity, innovation, stewardship, commitment, and results. Okay? And the circle that we teach to has a lot to do with responsiveness, reliability, assurance, and tangibles. The things that make the model work. In other words, when somebody walk in the office, our vision is clear. When you walk on the campus at University of Texas at Dallas, our vision is clear. We want you to feel better when you leave than you did when you walked on campus. And so who does that? The people who interface with them on a daily basis. Those first responders, if you would, in a campus environment. They're the ones who also know the processes because they deal with it. Faculty don't work through the processes in many cases. They give them to the admin. They're the ones who are going to find value in terms of things that are going on. So that model has worked for us dramatically in terms of the things that we're trying to do overall. We have, as we talked about the process, I'm from the East Coast, Richmond, Virginia. And what you guys call trees here, we call shrubs. Okay. So when we came in, we planted 5,000 trees since I've been at the University of Texas at Dallas. We're creating a campus environment. And then what's happening is this. When the students come back in the fall, here's what happens. That group of individuals will go and meet the students, have a bottle of water, and take them to class. What do you think that creates into the culture that's out there? The energy they get from the process and interfacing with it. And they are the ones who went in and says, I think we can do something different. I don't like the way this process is working. They're the ones driving this model along the way along with us. Now, just in summarizing my points, because I have leaned it up quite a bit. Part of this process is we promote process improvement. In other words, every day we're asking ourselves key questions. How do we improve the process? Every process we have, we ask why 5 times. Why do you do it this way? Why do you have it on there? And then each time we pull something out. We flowchart it. We use all the principles of lean that Deming has taught us. We reward results. If you do a good job, that's fine. You have some savings. Let's look at a way to reinvest it back in your respective area. We talk about the entire campus involved. It's a culture. So by basically training all of our VPs, or large number of our VPs and associate VPs, the ones who have to interface, they get the concept. But they got to drive it down through the culture. Excellence is an attitude. You got to think about it every day. Excellence is an attitude, and then we always talk about enhancing efficiency. So how do we do it? We develop our pride campaign. Catch Common Pride. We create pride in the UTD story. What are we trying to accomplish overall? Then we talk a lot about creating a healthy workforce. Those of you who've been on our campus would know that we did a lot of construction in a very short period of time. In fact, people had to park way away from buildings. We made that a part of a wellness initiative. In other words, if you want to get to class, park so far away, it's part of a wellness initiative overall.
Good luck on that.
And then at the end of the day, this is the students. When freshmen come in, and I used to use this all the time at my other universities, when freshmen come in, they have what is called the freshman smirk. They're not sure what they're doing. The key is for them to walk away with the senior swagger, which is the confidence about what they're doing. The lean initiative, lean management, all is tied into customer service. It's all a part of our efforts at UT Dallas to create the UTD swagger, a confidence of which when people come on campus, they feel better when they leave than they did when they came on campus. That students, faculty, staff are looking for opportunities to make this a better university. And that's confidence. And that's a large part of what we're doing in terms of things we're doing overall. So summer, we have a lot of metrics we put in place. We're making the process more efficient. We're engaging all of our individuals, creating the right culture, and making things happen. I'll summarize by saying this. I'm a golfer. And in golf, those who ever play, when you first start playing, everybody wants to pull out the driver. That's the big-headed thing on the first tee. You pull out the driver. And the next thing you know, you're 3 off the tee. You're not efficient. I guarantee you, I can take 5 wood, 7-iron, 9-iron, pitch a wedge, and a putter, and I can shoot bogey golf. I'm a single-digit handicap now. It took me a while to understand it. That's being more efficient. Before, you had non-value things you've done. Either you knock it in the woods, you knock it in the water, or whatever, but you got to fill out this big head. Lean is about stepping back, looking at your strategy of what you're doing, and streamlining the process in terms of how you get there. And eventually will. I had to learn it from some senior golfers. They would come out, you watch them. They would hit 150 yards down the middle. They would hit another 7-iron close. They pitch it up in one putt. I hit my big drive way past them, and they're always down the middle. Look around at the end. They shoot even par, whatever. I'm 10, 15 over. I had to learn from the process. So what I'm saying to you in terms of what we're trying to do at UC Dallas is step back, look at all our processes, look at the non-value added thing. So I think I'm within my 10-minute time, and I'm going to stop.
Why don't we take 10 minutes for questions now for both the doctors?
Those of you who have questions focused on either Karim's or Calvin's presentation. Laurie?
Mine is for Calvin. This is what you're talking about is a huge paradigm shift in higher ed, in my estimation, when you're talking about putting our customers first. I think customer service is crucial. I think good teaching equates to good customer service. But I don't know if everyone on a college campus understands that. And so how do you start this kind of paradigm shift? How do you make sure that every employee understands that customer service is going to be the primary aim here? I'm just not understanding that.
Well, here's what happened to us. In our case, the president of the university included as part of his annual speech to the faculty. He talked about lean. He talked about customer service, because these are things that we brought to the campus. I understood it because, in a lot of respects, students and faculty can determine where they want to go work and where they want to go to school. That they have choices. And so you have to create an environment where people want to be a part of what you're trying to do. To quote Dr. Mayer here, soon to be, he said our students, when he came to visit them as a student regent, they would say to him, here's what we should do. And here's the problem, here's some solutions, and here's what we're willing to do. Well, that's the kind of environment we're creating. We're attracting the kind of students there who are about solutions. Okay. Same thing with the staff. The reason why we've done 300 staff members, we have 75 people on a waiting list to go through some customer service training. Why? Because they understand the culture we're creating. Now, if we can get them excited, then what will happen in a case like that is that they'll find some of the value-added things that they can go after. They'll find places where, in fact, we're not doing a good job, and then take those out. So the way you change that, I believe, is it comes from the top. And fortunate for us, our president is bought into it, and he's excited about what we're doing.
A follow-up question. Are administrators involved in customer service training?
Yes. In fact, we went first level down, and in this case, we take whole departments. The library. Took the whole library through customer service training. Okay, because we want them to understand that how they interface with students sends a very clear message as to whether or not their students can help us recruit another student. Same thing, EH&S, Environmental Health and Safety, Human Resources. And then also we've mixed them up as well. So administrators are involved in the process. We haven't taken our entire cabinet through it yet, although they are lined up to do that. And I will say this, we've taken them through understanding the lean process already too. So fortunate for us, we have a president who's high energy and gets it, and day in and day out are challenging the process.
Other questions for either of the speakers? David?
Is Google and Apple and Microsoft already working on some of this? I mean, you would think that this would be a need that they've identified, and that there would be a movement among them to address these things that you've discovered.
Are you talking about with devices or
just the whole? Yeah. I mean, they do more than that. I mean,
sure.
they would be working on the product too.
Sure. Speaking with, for example, Pearson, McGraw-Hill, I absolutely approached them. I said, you guys are probably already talking to, the Google, the Apples. And they said yes, but they didn't want to disclose a lot of what's working behind the scenes. What's working with Apple, with the iPad. They want to know if that's adaptable to the academic learning environment. The iPad was never built with the university setting in mind. Can we adapt this product to the university setting? So they're working with Pearson right now, but that partnership is kind of an exclusive Apple thing right now. So then I don't want to get into the situation where if we bring them into the pilot study that if a professor uses Pearson, the student has to use an iPad. That's not the goal. Students use laptops and use any program and do anything they want across the board. That's not the company I necessarily want to partner with. I wanted to find device companies that specifically created a product for the college and university student that will run anything. It doesn't matter. And I've only found 2 so far that the product is specifically with the audience of university students and e-textbooks. So
I guess my question is, are they already working independently addressing this on a worldwide basis in terms of thinking in terms of providing electronic textbooks to kids, and have they, in other words, do they know what you know in regards to the way these devices need to be used?
No, they don't know, because the device companies, they're so piloted right now that they want to do the research on them in partnership in these pilots, because they don't know the outcomes. It's so patchwork and piecemeal across the country. Harvard wanted to use the Kindle. The Darden School of Business of Virginia used the Kindle for a little while. Case Western did it. That Kindle failed in every single environment. You're trying to adapt a casual reading device to an academic learning environment, and it does not work. And no one has really come together to figure out which is the type of product, as in the hardware, that's going to match up with the software we have for our students to do it. 10 years ago, when you told me to come to college, I had to have a quote-unquote laptop, right? I don't think it's unfathomable to have a device just like this, which 2 companies I'm working with, the device is a 9x7. I can't talk too much more about them, but you can they're books. I mean, literally flip. You touch pages. You feel like you're flipping pages in the text. You can switch the page to one side of the textbook and write notes as you're reading the text. I'm not worried about the hardware. That's coming. I mean, it's just, can we get behind it and get a pilot that looks at all the pieces that need to be put and not piecemeal it together, where you throw a device to one student and forget about the software side, or throw the software at the students, which we did at UT Austin, which showed, it's not going to work. You can't just give students the best type of e-textbook at the best price and make them run it off a laptop or desktop. They'll tell you that's a failure. Don't do that.
Timeline.
So I started a pilot. So I've already got, again, those 2 publishing companies, Bedford Freeman and Flat World Knowledge, are waiting to come. The 2 device companies are waiting to come. I'm waiting for the green light of our provost, because we're trying to transition this away from the CFO's office, Kevin Hegarty's office, into the academic office. McGraw-Hill and Pearson already came. Their CEOs flew over Easter weekend, all right, on Sunday. They flew on Easter Sunday to meet with me Monday and Tuesday. So I think that'll give you an idea that they're interested, and they're buying in.
Mike, you had a question?
Yeah, a comment. Question. First off, Kareem, makes me proud to be a physician, to know that the future is pretty secure, that we have physicians who can actually think about things other than medicine. And also makes me feel very secure about student regents, and I think you ought to figure out how to give them a vote instead of being, that's just my opinion. I understand.
At least a 2-year term.
They should have a vote and a 2-year term. I agree. But I have a question. Where you equated, and I thought it was very good, where you equated the physician's control over other healthcare expenditures with the faculty's influence and control over textbook expenditures. Physicians fail to do that sometimes. Consequently, HMOs and insurance companies stepped up and made hard decisions that the doctors were not willing to make. What is the parallel with, did y'all talk about having somebody or a group or some way of having a decision made on what was in fact some basis for selecting a different textbook? English 101, I'm not sure why it has to be taught out of 50 different textbooks. We don't do that in public education. We do it in higher education. And economics tells me again that there's a way to be able to teach it with some restrictions on who the publisher is.
And we discussed some of that with the faculty, but I think that's the important piece. No matter what we talk about in this room, what we talk about with the CEOs of publishing companies or device companies, it all goes down to the faculty member. If the faculty member if they were comfortable with one publisher, fine, be comfortable with that, teach from there. I mean, that's what we're paying them to do. So we would, and I would not even support this. I would never support what they kind of do maybe in a K through 12, pushing on them that you have to teach from this on the higher education in university settings. I just can't imagine telling a professor that teaches an intro biology class that you have to teach from this intro biology class. the resistance would be too great from them, which I've already felt in these meetings with faculty, and I don't necessarily think we need to go that avenue to achieve cheaper textbooks and better quality stuff. We're just asking for a textbook in 2010, and we don't have a 2010 textbook. We have a 1900 textbook still today. It's a static book that provides no dynamic ability, which publishers have failed to do, and we've failed to ask publishers to make that happen.
I've got a question for each of you, and I'll start with Karim as a follow-up. The one thing in your presentation you positioned to ask the legislature was for funding.
I threw it out there. You got to go fishing sometime.
You got to go fishing sometime. However, from the timeline standpoint, I don't know whether we'll be ready by the 2011 session. So what's the one thing other than funding you would ask the legislature for to enable this process to continue to its logical conclusion? Or is it?
Well, if they just stand behind its support, that this is something that's finally been well done and put together, that if what comes out of this, if it's actually impactful, as in help us encourage our university leaders to, hey, jump on this, really study it, get the researchers to really quarterback the design right, because you don't want to produce any type of research on this that's shoddy. You want to do a good job of it, because people around the country are going to look at what did Texas do, and how did they run the research, how were the devices used, how was the teaching implemented, did the students really do better, did you actually save students money in the long run, because you got to think, this e-textbook can't be sold back, so you almost need the business side to look at, did the affordability work? I mean, there's a lot of pieces that have to be looked at. Now, money, again, there is budget in UT Austin right now. We still have a budget to run this left over from the previous pilot studies. The publishing companies are interested in helping fund it, and then these startup companies with these devices, again, they're not the big Microsoft and Apples and Googles that have the money to pour into it, but they're interested in helping donate devices and how many. So do we need the money immediately? I mean, sure, we all do, right? But I don't think it's crucial to affect our mission, because we're just going to identify, I think, 10 to 12 professors, which we have, across different disciplines, from freshman level, big undergraduate courses to senior courses. And I think we found those across different publishers that they use or different technologies they like to use, and then spread out the devices. And I think we're fine. I think we just start small. It'll just be study 3.0, but just look at it. And then if we got to go to 4.0, we go to 4.0.
That's alluded to in your longer report.
Yeah, because the first e-pilot study started in the spring of 2009. We learned what we messed up. It changed in the fall of 2009. I think the only way to get this going again would be the spring of 2011, by the time all these pieces come together. The fall would be rushed. It wouldn't be done right. And it would be, again, I think you'd do a disservice to students, because you wouldn't have really looked at all the pieces they're asking to be looked at together.
Well, don't move out of state before the 2011 season.
Well, you can tell I'm moving to Louisiana. You can tell the physicians here. I didn't match in the state of Texas, so I'm gone.
That's close. Calvin, let me ask you a question. We've got one down here. What's the toughest thing you found to sustain in the nearly 3 years you've introduced the lean cultural transformation at UT?
Getting people to understand that it's there to stay, and it's the way we do business, and it is a culture. So you have to look at it day in and day out. And you got to say, my example to pick back his is that to help them in the transition, we're probably forcing people to lease textbooks, so we can reduce the price of those, and eventually you lease to go to electronic. But getting people to understand that it's here to stay. And the only way that this works is that all the way down through the organization, from the CEO all the way down, they've got to believe that there's non-value-added things that we do in the organization that we can get out. It's the business model at its best, but a service component. And it's tough on a college campus because faculty who bring in grants and the likes, they get the indirect costs and they look at how they do business. So you got to question and challenge them all the time, which is what we do. But we also know that we're growing dramatically. We're going to be, with 16,000, we're probably going to go to 25,000 for the dust clears gradually. To do that, you can't grow at the same scale with regards to support staff without streamlining how you do business. We know that. We have a new campus. Our infrastructure is antiquated. So we're now automating a lot of that. But we're getting people to think about things differently. And it's an attitude that you bring to the table that's most important. And as long as it's at the top, and we're making customer service example, it's part of performance evaluations. We evaluate on that. And then if we can streamline it and find ways to generate resources, and then the example I used when I was city manager, I said to the department, if you can find costs, get costs out of how you do business, I give you half of it back.
Are you doing that at UTD?
Not yet, but that is, yeah, but budget-wise, we're saying that we won't cut your budget. What we're saying is you get a chance to streamline it and we free enough capacity is what we're doing. And that way we're there. But I had a fleet operations. I told them, I said, I'm going to either outsource you, if you can save me some money. They gave me $1 million back. Okay.
Hopefully there'll be something akin to that in the higher ed environment we can find that will still be a net savings to the state.
Fred, we probably have like one more minute or one more question.
I think we had it. Was that Gregory down here, or we had? No. We had the question down here.
I think it was me. For Karim, assuming the doctor, decides my meds and not the pharmacist, and assuming the prof decides what I need to learn and not the publishers, and assuming that the web is the mother lode of content, do web sources supplant the need for a physical textbook? If the prof would simply put together the syllabus from web sources, do we need textbooks any longer?
We might not, and that's why I wanted to get a varying group of publishers. So Flat World Knowledge is absolutely open source. So whether they piecemeal it together, which we also have professors, that use just web content material, but you get into a licensing issue there. Are those things, is that legal for my professor to get up there and just take the licensing? That's when you need to get into more of the legal issues, because you can almost paint the story completely different. Students don't ever buy textbooks. The university pays for the licenses of absolutely everything and let the professor pick and choose at their discretion, and a student pays no dollar for any type of digital or electronic media learning. If they want to go buy a hardback book, that's on their dime, but they will transition everything over to students buying the licensing. So that's a question that really deals more with legal. Not that it can't be done. It can be done. But do we have the licensing agreements to make that, and is that more cost efficient to the university to actually go pay per professor, per licensing agreement? I'm not sure that would really maybe do the university, because the cost shift would just go to you guys. The universities would have to pay for it. So that's why we got publishers from different ranges. The for-profits like Pearson that want to just throw me their Pearson product, which may be a better product of ebook versus a Flat World Knowledge or Bedford Freeman, who's going to let professors create these dynamic books, which they call them, that let professors pick and choose the content, which fits right into what you say.
So there's not enough public domain content out in cyberspace.
Well, so you bring up that, and I didn't want to talk about this. I was told to kind of take this out of presentation, but you asked about it, so I'll bring it in. Student public research interest groups, lobbying entities, that's absolutely where they want to throw their effort behind Congress. That more open domain, whereas nationally, we should be investing in material like that. And that's, again, way above my pay grade. I couldn't get into that argument with you, but that's where their stance is there. And so that is a possibility, but that's a Washington issue.
Thank you.
But Rice University actually has an effort under the way that touches on this.
With connections?
And MIT and this open courseware.
Yeah.
So there are elements there that can be brought together. If faculty wanted to take this on themselves, it is actually possible. But so there's this a whole profit apparatus built around the textbook companies, which do you work with it?
And I'm familiar with both of those. I just didn't have time to discuss them.
No, I know you are.
Well, speaking of time, we need to make the segue now to hear from our the cost efficiency efforts of our flagship institutions and systems. And two of our members will now become presenters by changing hats. Scott Kelly, Executive Vice Chancellor of Business Affairs for the UT system, who is wearing a maroon tie today.
Yeah, I see.
Let it be noted.
That's right, exactly.
And Mike McKinney, Chancellor of Texas A&M University System, who's wearing a completely neutral tie, I guess.
Thank you. And I have just 10 minutes to try to talk about or elaborate the cost efficiency efforts of the University of Texas system, including 15 institutions, and that is a formidable task. Although I think you will be surprised in terms of how much work has already been done, and perhaps that's part of the problem. We have had some discussions about the way we need to communicate better some of the activities that are underway. And it does get challenging as we are diverse and a heterogeneous system. And you will see, as evidenced by Calvin's presentation, that there's much work being done on the campuses. And in fact, our board has largely taken a position of trying to set some targets, trying to focus in some areas, and yet under the Chancellor's direction, in some ways trying to get out of the way and allowing and facilitating efforts on the campuses. And there are many activities that are underway that won't be talked about today. This is just strictly a highlight of some of the areas of which we are aware, some of which were initiated by system, but again, some come from the campuses. I want to talk first a little bit about academic productivity. I missed the session when we had that discussion, and I know there's always this challenge, this perception, particularly that our faculty in some ways are not as conscious of this issue of productivity. They have some real concerns and some real issues in dealing with their lives. I think that was raised early in the presentation about how we educate students that may come to the classroom less motivated and less prepared. But nonetheless, I think there have been a lot of activities underway on our campuses and under the direction of both David Pryor and previous Executive Vice Chancellors for Academic Affairs and others. To give you, again, a few numbers that have been circulated, semester credit faculty hours per FTE actually are increasing and have been, at least in the 6 years that I have been here. On one campus, they've increased as much as 50% over the last 9 years. Average teaching load credits per FTE range from 22 to 27. Our average is 25. The minimum is 18 by the Board of Regents. Again, I don't know if that's the right threshold or not, but they are increasing. There is a desire to try to increase that output. Some of the ways, again, use of larger classes, reduction of sections, core courses, elimination of small class sections, all of those activities are underway, and I could elaborate more if we had more time. There's also been some number of innovative approaches, including, at least at one or two campuses, increased teaching by administrators, requirements for deans to teach, vice presidents appropriately trained, and department heads to engage more actively in teaching, again, trying to increase those credit hours, those contact hours. Increased use of online and hybrid courses is another area of emphasis, and you can see we've had increases from 20 to 41% across our system over the last number of years. We've also had a realignment and reorganization of the UT system telecampus, which, again, I won't spend time on, but I think that will, in the end, turn more of the effort back to the campuses to control that and will help generate greater use of that technology and activity, although there still is much more to do. Increased student throughput through graduation, and there are a number of things there. I would note, again, we have had campuses, we have not mandated in the same way that Maryland did of sort of a 120-hour credit limit, but there has been work on many of our campuses to lower the number of required credits to graduation. Transfer students are increasing. We had a 6 to 15% increase just this last year from community college transfers, again, recognizing that need to try to increase the throughput. Summer school, improved classroom scheduling, etc., and course redesign, which is underway, again, on our campuses in a variety of ways. UT Austin is particularly spending a lot of time looking at those gateway courses, those funnel courses that restrict or impede progress toward graduation. And then that last bullet under that, and sub-bullet under that third item there, which I think is a significant and telling statistic. Undergraduate enrollment in the last 6 years increased at the UT system 16.2%. Undergraduate degree completions in that same period increased 23.3%. We have been more effective in the last 6-year period in moving people toward degree completion. Second area is shared services. We have, I believe, a very sophisticated shared services activity. We've been engaged in it now for 3 years. This just represents some highlights. I think we understand the structure, the challenges, the shared governance issues of that. We have shared data centers with savings, significant savings there. We've got a number of software applications, including one in North Texas with Dallas, Tyler, Arlington, that has been completed and saved money. We've got a project underway for our campuses, our academic campuses other than Austin, to engage in an HR finance implementation. We have engaged in an Oracle PeopleSoft site license, which has created significant savings based on just what we currently use it for now. And so the rate of return there of 20% represents the cost that we were paying in our current structure versus what we were able to get in the site license. That rate of return actually increases significantly as campuses take advantage of the opportunity to utilize those site license projects and products. And in fact, the site license and the maintenance is already embedded in there and fixed for the next 10-year period. The strategic sourcing, we have spent a lot of work on purchasing, and I can tell you that it is a more complicated endeavor than I had first envisioned. Certainly there are ways to increase savings just by increasing the pool. But the dollars really come in information, in understanding where your spends are, in being able to commit to vendors, your ability to deliver a certain amount of product, and then in working with campuses and with constituents to try to narrow choice. And all of those activities are underway. I think we're just at the tip of the iceberg. We've generated, again, I think about $8 million of savings in 2009. I think we'll be up 10 to 12 million this year, and we anticipate sort of growing rapidly. Larger is not always better. It does become more complicated, but I think we've had some great success there beyond some of the common purchasing arrangements we already have in place. We do have a common Microsoft contract. We have a number of other system activities in which we've engaged. On the second page, just a number of sort of other administrative efficiencies, and I won't go through all of those, but we have spent a lot of time looking at those. I would mention energy reduction. We have a task force was formed really in 2001. In fact, our former Regent Hunt was heavily involved in that, and we have since that time been tracking energy usage and the projected savings and/or additional capacity since that time, and can document. I think it's actually much larger than that, but we can document 60 million in savings. Again, done through a variety of ways. Many campuses have performance contracts. We have done all of the simple things, at least, well, we've done many of the simple things, we believe. The problem with low-hanging fruit is that it tends to grow back, and so you need to go back again and again. But we have generated some significant, say, lights and those kinds of activities.
Does it grow back lower or higher?
Yeah, so centralized debt management, again, I won't go through all of those, but we have, I can tell you, we have, in the 6-year period, generated over $500 million of savings and/or cost avoidance at the UT system. This is not an insignificant amount. And the last bullet item, and I struggle with putting it down, but I feel very comfortable, I think we can document, and it is hard to measure, that in that period of time, in the last number of years, we have increased productivity 5 to 10%. And I can go back to both savings in terms of the dollars saved for our budget. I can look at sort of FTE production. I can look at adjusted FTE sort of expenditures adjusted for inflation, and in all of those I can get to at least a 5 to 10% increase in productivity. Even though tuitions have increased, we've gotten more funding from the state, there has been more output. That's the key issue in my mind in terms of our difficulty in higher education, tying outputs to inputs. Sometimes more money doesn't mean you're less efficient, and sometimes less money doesn't mean you're more efficient. It really is about what you do and how you allocate those dollars and how effective you are in delivering your mission. I do believe, though, that we can comfortably say that we have increased productivity at the UT system 5 to 10%, and we have a target as we move forward probably for another 5%. The only other thing that I would mention, again, there are a lot of things that we could cover. We have focused in many areas on revenue. Revenue is an easier area. It's less predictable, however, in terms of generating constant dollars. But we've worked from West Texas and our PUF lands, from revising the leases and trying to maximize revenue there. We've done wind power and all the surface issues. We've talked about philanthropy. We've got new efforts underway there. That's a challenge, and in some ways we need to improve that. We have looked at partnerships in a variety of ways with the private sector to generate dollars, and continue to focus on that as well. So I've used probably my time, and so I certainly want to leave time for Mike and A&M, so I will stop there.
I'll make a quick point. The digital library is a really excellent example of the state making an investment and working across systems, because the state put $800,000, which actually was appropriate to the coordinating board. UT Austin Library, the Texas A&M Library, and the University of Houston provided additional resources in kind, which realized great savings. And so it was an example of those schools really coming up with an idea, the state investing in it, and you can see the savings now. Not to mention what it means to students and access to materials and the availability of periodicals that libraries were going to have to reduce. So this is example of what can be done across institutions. Some of the other things you've suggested here, I suspect could be done across systems as well.
does beg the question about how are we measuring the output of that digital library in terms of student access and use, but we'll come back to that. Mike, A&M system?
I would add to that, the University of Texas and A&M are in the process of building a storage library for periodicals right now, doing it together, and there's no reason why the other 10 or 15 systems that we have in Texas couldn't also participate in that. I'll come back to that. Last few months, we've heard a bunch of reports on different ways to save money. Some of them a little money, some of them some money, and some of them a lot of money. Achieving cost efficiencies is, frankly, our job. It's our responsibility. I have a number of people who get up every single day that is their challenge, is to find out how to do these things better. We're always looking for ways to cut our costs and leverage our expenditures. Being a system, having multiple universities, there's advantages to that. But part of what we do is not just reduce expenses. It is how can we help one another in delivering the product that we signed up for, and that is a good education. And there's more to that than just takes place in a classroom or out of a textbook. I don't want to maximize that, but to deliver a good product in terms of research, in terms of education, and in terms of an educational experience, so that when the students go on, they will in fact encourage brothers and sisters and in the next generation to come to the university, that there is more to it than just an education, but that there is in fact a quality education. During these committee meetings, I kept getting the impression that perhaps through our daily work we were leaving the impression that this was the first time that any of us ever thought of shared services or joint purchasing or uniform curriculum or customer satisfaction. And I will tell you about that one. I got more heat over using business terms to describe anything that we did in higher education. Faculty resent it. It doesn't mean they should resent it, and it doesn't mean it's not correct term, but I will tell you that they do in fact resent it every time that I've been roundly criticized for that one, but I continue to do it. We do in fact do some of those things. So I volunteered to share some of the things that Texas A&M system has done, and this is one of those things that my daddy said it, and I use it frequently. In Texas, we're raised to kind of be, my dad said, if you have to tell somebody you are, you ain't. And so, I think that it is time that we tell you some of the things that we have done, we've discussed, and we've had out-of-state experts. I guess that's the definition of an expert, is somebody that comes from somewhere else and tells you what you're already doing. But I volunteered to share some of this, that we implemented a new shared services initiative last winter. We found the dual outcome of saving money and forging new intra-system collaborations and bonds. It's affected virtually every part of all of our 11 universities and the 7 state agencies. We have the land grant mission too of pulling in these state agencies. Most extensive efforts probably been in IT and budgets and accounting, HR and payroll, energy, safety, facilities planning and construction, legal, and academic affairs. I could go through all of them and give you examples. And by the way, I've been chancellor not quite 4 years now. A lot of this stuff was thought of and started long before I came on the scene. So I'm not meaning to take credit for this. I'm merely reporting. But there's a number of things that we think are our job every single day to figure out how to do this better. We've cross-listed physics courses. We've done these other things. I'd like to concentrate just on IT, budgets, and energy. And I'll answer questions. I could talk about it all day. In fact, I do talk about it all day. That's the other thing about being in Texas. If you sit still very long, we will talk to you. Information technology is probably one of our oldest and most successful examples of achieving significant cost and resource savings through pooling. Back in 1978, we implemented a budget, payroll, and personnel system. In the 80s, we expanded it to a financial accounting management information system. Actualized it system-wide in 1990. Replaced 10 different batch accounting systems with an online real-time system. Now serves as the official accounting system for the entire system. We are adding some thing that we call Maestro. It's development. It's in it's in the final phases of development, and in the early stages. I can't say it. Early stages or phases. Pick one. Of implementation. It is a research administration program that is searchable. It's searchable by the public. It's searchable by other researchers. It's also an accounting system. We got into this by simply asking the question, how come I can't find out how much money's left in my grant? I can go to the bank in Austin, Texas, and find out how much money's in my account in Centerville, Texas. But I can't find out on campus how much money's left in my account. That's how we got started on it. It is a wonderful system. I'm extremely impressed, and it's all, again, developed system-wide and within the thing that we use right now, the system we were already using. A lot of these things, the programs and applications within that accounting system, they seem mundane to us. We don't pay any attention to them, but they are things that we do centrally. Again, the advantages of being in a system. We run one payroll. We have one HR. We have a searchable database, which makes us able to take it and convert data into information. We talked about that in an earlier meeting today. Anyway, without this interactivity and the administrative facility that we get from these systems, we would be less efficient than we are. We also have now gone to a best practice conference that we have, and how do we use this centralized system that has peripheral input? How do we utilize that, and how do we make best practices? It's about 70 people across the system who participate in this, and they've made recommendations through the last little bit that have changed the way that we do things. We improve. It's not just based on theoretical knowledge, and it's not just based on Red Hat open source programming. It's one of those where the people who actually do the work, and I'm not confused about that. I mean, we have faculty and administrative assistants and accountants who actually do the work, and that's who we ask. How can we do this better? And it's turned out. We have a new Excel budget module that came from Corpus Christi that allows, you saw the computation a while ago about how many days were saved each month in entering time and eliminating manual data entry, going to electronic reconciliations, and going to we post transactions electronically. And then we had a third demonstration that showed how to improve the use of data warehouse. And that's one of those that I will tell you, from a management perspective, I use every single day is the data warehouse. And we've got some people that, I mean, they can combine multiple data sets. It's more fun than Pac-Man, is to go in there and ask those questions. But it is useful information for management, and that is different than just giving you numbers and just giving you data. It's information that is useful in determining what we're going to do next year, next decade. Again, it kind of sounds mundane, but it is the heart and soul of what administration does every single day. Finally, energy. What it takes. It's fast-changing, complex business, and we all understand that. We have some programs that we do with the University of Texas in terms of research in energy. In terms of we have the Energy Alliance. I'm trying to think of what it's called, Wind Alliance, that we do with the University of Texas. But you got to be on your toes when you're doing all this. In 2002, when Texas deregulated electricity, in 2002, we moved rapidly into trying to achieve lower rates. Again, the The deregulation did not apply to every place. It didn't apply to Austin, didn't apply to College Station. But those that it did apply to, we moved rapidly to do it. The initial package, we had 6 of our universities, and that first year we saved $2.5 million, the first year, 2002. And that was compared to what we spent the year before on the same square footage. Subsequently, all of our eligible system agencies, that is, all of those that are that are in deregulated areas, have gone into it. Stephen F. Austin joined this same collaboration, and we've now locked into favorable prices through fiscal year 13. We've saved tens of millions of dollars in this manner, including $3.1 million in savings in fiscal year 12 and $3.1 million in fiscal year 13. One other aspect that is an added benefit, our last 2 electrical purchases, our contracts, have included 15% wind energy, which is, it makes the system one of the 10 largest purchasers of alternate wind energy in the country. Again, I'll happily talk to you about any of it. As everything at A&M, this is now tradition. Is trying to figure out how you can be economic and efficient. It's not a newfound mission. It's not newfound religion. This is something that we are committed to, and I know I've said it throughout these committee hearings, probably more often than anyone here cared to hear. Significant savings require radical change. If we hope to greatly improve the financial and educational outcomes that we're talking about, we have to be disruptive. We cannot tweak around the edges. We can't change sad to sorry and happy to glad and expect it to do anything that makes any difference. Can we do those things? Can we improve the way that we already do things? We can. But is that what it's going to take to get us through the next decade? No. It will take a disruptive change, and that may mean going to fewer systems. That may mean going to fewer classrooms. That may mean controlling tuition. That may mean raising tuition. That may mean privatizing some of your public universities. You've got to find a radical way if you're going to address what has already been a 5% GR budget cut, and I would anticipate an additional 5 or 10% GR cut when the legislature comes to town. They can only spend what money they have. And so with that, I will quit preaching. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mike. We'll move on to the community college presentation, then come back to this whole half of the table for questions. And Pat, did you have anything?
Just, when I stand up, people start wrapping up.
So let's see, I think first up we will hear from Richard Rhodes and some of the experiences they've had at El Paso Community College, and then we'll have a collaborative presentation between Bruno and, pronounce your last name for me again. We've met, but
Biasiata.
With Johnson Controls and one of their clients represented by Stephen Head, president of Lone Star College, North Harris campus. And so, Richard, if you'll lead off and then leave time for these gentlemen.
Okay. Thank you. It's good to present to you. As in the words of Chancellor Kerwin earlier this morning, it's now time to hear about salvation, which is the community colleges.
This is the invitation of my soul.
As you know, there are 50 community college districts in the state of Texas, each governed by locally elected boards of trustees. And I can tell you with great assurance that every one of those board members, all of those trustees throughout this great state of Texas, are very concerned about cost efficiencies and how we run our institutions. And so what I'm going to present to you today is on behalf of the Texas Association of Community Colleges, and I'm going to cite a few examples in the handouts that you have. I'm going to focus mostly, though, on the area that I know, and that's El Paso, and tell you a little bit more in depth about what's going on there. The others are cited as examples of what's going on in some other communities. And so if you take a look, what I've done is broken it out into 6 different areas of cost efficiencies that I want to talk about. And the first is outsourcing. And some of the things that we have done in outsourcing, those areas that we know are not a part of our core business mission, and that somebody else can do it more efficiently for us. And these are some cited examples of that. And in the El Paso example, I'll tell you that we have outsourced completely custodial services, food service, bookstore, distance delivered call center, internal audit services, our print shop, and total savings are significant by year, and those are conservative estimates based on what the annual savings is. And you can see for a couple of other community colleges in the state of Texas some different things that they have undertaken to do the same thing in that category of outsourcing. The second one that I'll look at is shared facilities. And some pretty unique things are happening across our great state. And again, I'll focus on El Paso Community College, and it's a combination. It's shared facilities, and you also look at it as space utilization. How do we better utilize the space that we have by working together with other entities? And I'll give you a couple of examples. Texas Tech, working collaboratively with them, there's not an architecture program in El Paso. But Texas Tech came in. We do the pre-architecture program the first 2 years. We provide housing and space for Texas Tech to then do the 2 upper division years within our own facility. In addition to that, the El Paso Public Library, in part of our community, there was no access to a public library. We opened up space in one of our college libraries to become a public library. The city of El Paso provides support in the form of additional clerks to operate the desks, and also purchasing some of the books and materials for that library. Another one is in our culinary arts. We've gone into collaboration with Cisco Food Services, in which they have completely provided all of the equipment for one of the demo kitchens that we have in our culinary arts, in which they can use it during the daytime hours to do demos to their clients and customers, and then we use it in the evening hours for continuing education, but also as they rotate the equipment out every 2 years, then that equipment becomes the property of El Paso Community College. Another one that we're working on, it's not quite completed but should be within 3 months, and that's a shared data center between the city, the county, and El Paso Community College, saving taxpayers what we believe will be hundreds of thousands of dollars over the next couple of years in providing that local. The other is a Head Start facility is under construction on one of our campuses, which is being built with federal funds to provide child care services to our students and the surrounding community. Also, recreational facilities. A soccer complex was built on property that we provided part of the property. The city of El Paso provided part of the property. The city built out the soccer complex, and in addition for us giving them some property, some land, acreage, they then completed some parking lots, and we share the parking and the soccer facilities themselves. Another area is co-op purchasing. There's a lot of activity going on around the state, and you'll notice in all of our communities there are both statewide access to cooperative purchasing, but there's also regional, such as in El Paso we have a collaborative with Region 19 Service Center on the purchase of products and materials that are not covered within the state purchasing cooperative. And then we also have some that are very specific that are on a local level for purchasing cooperatives and collaboratives. And you can see some fairly significant savings at El Paso Community College as an example. $445,000 per year is what we can compute conservatively that we save as a result of these collaborative purchasing cooperatives. The next area is energy savings, and you're going to get a lot more information in just a minute on one specific college and what they're doing. But all of us are looking at how we can conserve energy not only for cost efficiency but also for environmental concerns. We did an energy audit at El Paso Community College, and the result is in doing some simple things like changing out lights and protective coverings for some of the windows, $350,000 per year in savings. Some other cost efficiencies that we've highlighted, such things that, like Chancellor McKinney was talking about, things like using technology more effectively, like direct deposit, email billing statements, catalog and a schedule of courses going from printed to online. We've done that exclusively. All of our schedules and catalogs now are online and they are not printed. Imaging projects of data, and then student loan collections. And all of these add up. I mean, they're little bit here and there, but they all add up to significant amounts. Then if you take a look at what I believe, and I'm going to focus on here for just a minute, is probably one of the most effective and efficient strategies for not only closing the gap but also reducing costs of higher education in the state of Texas. And that is what community colleges in this great state are doing under the title of dual credit, early college high schools, specifically, that when you take a look at the numbers of students that are being served through dual credit, you think about how does that reduce costs. And I'll tell you three broad areas that we're seeing significant savings in the state. One is in facilities, because we're actually, in many cases, we're teaching the dual credit class on the high school campus. And so you're not building bricks and mortar. I mean, we're reducing the amount of need, increasing the numbers of students we serve, reducing the amount of cost on bricks and mortar, HVAC, security costs, and so forth, by offering dual credit on a high school campus. Financial aid, if you really think about it, if a student goes through high school, and I will tell you in El Paso, Texas, about 70% of our students qualify for Pell Grants or Texas grants. And if that student goes through high school and then goes to a community college, basically what's happening in grants is they are starting their Pell Grant or their Texas grant when they start their higher education. While they're taking dual credit, however, in the high school, and then they're not eligible for Pell Grants or Texas grants. But by providing that education, and many of our students are accumulating as many as, in dual credit itself, as many as 24 to 30 college credit hours while they're still in high school. We have graduation as an example this Friday night. We have 16 students who are going to receive their associate degree who are attending traditional high schools in El Paso and receiving their associate degree 3 weeks before they graduate from high school. We have another 44 students through one of our early college high schools that are graduating this Friday night. And that's the tail end of that group, because of that 125 student cohort that started 4 years ago as freshmen in high school, 66 of them have already graduated. Another 44 are going to graduate this Friday night. So out of a class of about 110, all of them are graduating before they ever finish their high school year. And so you think about financial aid and incentives to students and parents to start college and get in. These are probably the most effective and efficient ways to make sure that that happens. How else do we save through dual credit in early college high school? Is reducing significantly the numbers of students who need to take developmental education. Because what's happening through dual credit is students are taking the college placement exam at younger ages and realizing where their shortfalls are, and they're overcoming that while they're still in high school so that they can begin taking a college level course while they're in high school. So we have seen significant reductions in the numbers of students who come out of high school needing developmental education as a result of this. And last, I would say distance education. we have had about a 300% increase in the numbers of students who are taking distance-delivered coursework just in El Paso, and you think about all 50 districts. 300%. We went from 8 years ago, 1,200 students taking distance-delivered courses, to now we have about 5,000 students taking distance-delivered courses. Again, savings in facilities, and those are not insignificant amounts that we're talking about, that we don't have to build additional buildings to. I also want to talk about, because it was mentioned earlier, reverse transfer. Reverse transfer has been going on right here in Texas for several years now. We started that with the University of Texas at El Paso about 5 years ago. And this semester alone, we will have somewhere between 500 and 800 students who are graduating with an associate degree because of the reverse transfer just with one institution, the University of Texas at El Paso. I also want to conclude and say that your community colleges, Texas Association of Community Colleges, the University of Texas system, the Texas A&M system, are working very closely together to make sure that the alignment of curriculum, that the awareness of what it takes to transfer between our institutions is effective and efficient. And coming up as recently as this past late fall and early spring was called Transfer 101, which is web-based portal to allow students to understand those transfer issues. And it encompasses more than the A&M and UT system and TACC. It has expanded beyond that. Just to tell you one other thing, and that is, you know, it was mentioned earlier how important it is that students complete an associate degree and transfer. And I'll give you some data from a local foundation, Wilslager Foundation in El Paso provides what's called the Community College Transfer Scholarships. And students who participate in that, who graduate from El Paso Community College, transfer to the University of Texas at El Paso, who are awarded these scholarships as incentives to continue. Diana can tell you that there's close to a 95% persistence to baccalaureate degree attainment of those students, and a significantly higher GPA for those students than what you find in a traditional or native entering student at the University of Texas at El Paso. So those types of programs are significant in reducing costs and improving outcomes. The concluding statement, because of these types of things, dual credit, the relationship with the universities and K through 12, our enrollment at El Paso Community College in the last 8 years has grown by about 50%. But during that same 8-year period of time, the numbers of students who are graduating and getting degrees has grown by over 100%. So I thank you for the time, and I'm going to turn it over to Steve Head and Bruno for a more in-depth discussion.
Thank you, Richard.
Okay, good afternoon. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Bruno Biasiotto, and I'm the Vice President and General Manager of our Energy Solutions business in the Americas. I would like to thank you for the opportunity this afternoon. Essentially, what I'm going to cover is really builds on a lot of the different themes that you've heard today. Okay, by no means is what I'm going to cover an elixir to address some of the challenges as well as some of the opportunities that you have, but it can definitely be an arrow in your quiver. But let me start with really the megatrend that we have around energy. And really, when you take a look at the opportunity that we have of linking energy efficiency in particular to liquidity in higher education is a terrific opportunity. You don't need me to sit here and tell you about the pressures that all of you and your institutions are facing. Clearly, you live it every day. But you know that endowments are shrinking, budgets are under a tremendous amount of pressure, utility costs are increasing. And so some of the things that we're going to review later on today is hopefully give you an opportunity to address some of those pressures. And so really the view that we have is that there is a nexus with respect to this whole energy megatrend. And what we really want people to walk away with is that there is an opportunity to look at a holistic solution in addressing all of these particulars with respect to energy. And in conjunction with that solution, there are also some different schemes and mechanisms from a financing perspective that could potentially help colleges and universities address it and again link it to liquidity. So, the three key pressures that we have really gotten from feedback with institutions are really around the economic piece, the sustainability, and then really how can we really impact our image and reputation. And you see really some of those key questions that we really are focusing on to drive outcomes. And a potential answer, as I said before, is the opportunity to increase liquidity and address all of those three pressures by looking at a holistic view of buildings and how both buildings and their effective efficiencies, including technologies, including sustainability, can really help to address liquidity. And in parallel, position the university as a thought leader. So why efficiency and liquidity? Well, clearly, I think the guests preceding my presentation have clearly highlighted that there is a tremendous amount of potential waste that can be captured. There are tremendous inefficiencies in the processes that are used today. There is a significant opportunity to overlay technology in the institutions today that is not necessarily applied. And we feel that there is an opportunity that if we were to really take a look at a way to bundle all of those, that we may have an opportunity to really address those pressures. And so with those pressures really come some challenges for higher education institutions. And those challenges are really revolving around three key factors. Strategy. How are these actions, how are these challenges aligned to implementing that are really focusing on strategy? And we'll talk about later with respect to strategy and the impact on the institution's goals and objectives. What kind of visibility are we getting? I mean, do we have very robust metrics? Do we have the ability to drive analytics so that we can make informed decisions? And then, are those informed decisions respectful of really the culture of the organization or of a system? And then lastly is really the accountability. How do you keep companies like Johnson Controls or your own managers, frankly, accountable? How do you hold them accountable to ensure that you drive those results and that you get those outcomes? So there are a lot of traditional approaches out there. And clearly some of them look at the different sectors or the different deliverables, whether it be around handling deferred maintenance, whether it be around looking at how you use space and how you plan for that space, or whether you're looking at one building or multiple buildings, whether you're using performance contracting, whether you're using a real estate type of services. What we would like to position is really a holistic view that really focuses on really understanding what is the institution's goals. What are they trying to achieve, first and foremost? Secondly, what is the institution's financial situation? And what are the key things that really can be impacted that address those financial challenges? And then, hopefully, have the ability to connect how that facility and those buildings perform to that institution's goals. But the key element here is the interdependency of all those budget box items. And my earlier slide referred to the fact that there have been different approaches. the opportunity for colleges and higher education institutions is really to look at every one of those budget boxes, whether it's the capital budget, whether it's the maintenance and repair budget, whether it's the energy budget, and really look at the interdependency of those budgets, so that when you squeeze one of those, it doesn't necessarily increase another one, but rather when you look at how do you manage it so that the whole budget box becomes more economically feasible for an institution. So how do we put it all together to really drive liquidity? With that being the outcome, we have identified the following strategies. One is a strategy around capturing technology. As we know, there is a convergence of technology. Application systems are converging with building systems. There is an opportunity to really leverage sustainability and the megatrend, whether it's like my friend here talked about enhancing his utilities by using renewable energy, whether it's around really proactively looking at a way to both manage the demand side as well as the supply side, and look at advisory services and other technologies like demand response, for example, to proactively manage your energy. So possibly it becomes a revenue stream rather than just an operating cost. Then there's the real estate side. I heard multiple times today how people are doing more with less around footprint and the ability for people to really maximize that. And then lastly, there's performance contracting. I know that many of you have heard about performance contracting, but that is, again, another arrow in the quiver. All of those really help to drive these types of outcomes that we feel are really relevant to colleges and universities today. And so, again, to drive those outcomes, it's really, really important that we focus on aligning those outcomes to the respective pressures that we talked about, but as well as to the different challenges that really focus on alignment of strategy, you having the visibility, and then the ability to drive accountability. So how do we do this? So this is one way that we do it, and we really start off with a pretty rigorous process around analyzing and capturing the opportunity for any specific institution or college. And clearly, we start off at the beginning, because as I said before, we need to really understand the business objectives of the institution. What are the goals? Secondly, we look at that whole budget box approach. Third, we go over looking at what are the proper metrics and analytics. And so looking at really the science around that. And then the next phase of it, in terms of prioritizing the integration needs, is how do we ensure that we balance that science with the culture or the art of that institution. And then lastly, we look at it from the perspective of a solution rather than a building by building approach, and possibly putting a Band-Aid on a situation rather than possibly looking at the root causes. And lastly, then we begin to pilot it, we test it, and then we implement kind of a long-term approach. So this is just one example of what we've done before and previously. This gives you a little bit more specifics in terms of how do we integrate all of the building technologies, how do we integrate really that holistic approach with respect to really linking energy efficiency with liquidity. With that, I will turn it over to my friend Steve, and he can give you some specific examples.
Thanks, Bruno. I actually have a name placard, but I can't figure out how to get from here down to there after it fell off. So, not gracefully, anyway.
Well, we won't ask any of the staff to volunteer to serve.
Yeah, no, that's quite all right. My part today is, for the most part, on the practical applications of what you just heard. And so we've entered into a contract with JCI, but it's worth noting before we get started, I think that Lone Star College System has really been active and I think a leader in a lot of these cost efficiencies as a whole. We're very much into data-informed decision-making. We've actually touched on hallowed ground, which includes faculty performance and faculty success. We've changed the name a couple of times to deal with the faculty. We went from faculty effectiveness to student success now. We've got a new ERP system coming in. We've gone pretty much paperless on all of our travel requests and procurement. We've got shared services, shared buildings, partnerships, outsourcing. We've got dashboards for productivity. We're looking at classroom management. So we're on top of a lot of different things. Our chancellor is Richard Carpenter, who could not be here today because of a previous commitment. I'm here because I'm the senior administrator in our system right now, and I've been with the system for 25 years in a number of different roles. Just a little quick overview for the college system. We used to be North Harris Montgomery. You may know us as that. So you can see what we have. Our fall enrollment will be around 70,000 students. We're now the second largest in the state of Texas, so we're very large. That service area down there is about 1,500 square miles. So sitting right now, we've got about a $240 million operating budget, and we've got 4.4 million square feet, and we've got $420 million in construction underway right now, which will add another million or 1.2 million. So we're very large, getting larger. So these efficiencies are very important to us because, like everybody else, we have a lot of pressures on us from taxpayers and our board, our constituency, and ourselves because we're taxpayers also, to do the right thing with our money. As we got into this particular project, you can see there were two main goals here. Again, we're trying to improve operational efficiencies always. That's, as Chancellor McKinney said, as a president, that's my job, but it is also, we have a number of people whose job it is to look and review and assess everything that we're doing so that we can become more efficient. We like to go out in front of taxpayers. Remember, community colleges have a locally elected board, so there's a lot of pressure on our board to show taxpayers how we're using our money, especially in today's economy. So what we're trying to do is expand the scope of our bond construction through infrastructure improvements. And I, in particular, at North Harris, the college where I'm the president, is 40 years old now. So this was of some particular interest to me as the president. I'll give you some specific examples in just a minute. We also, part of the efficiency issue here was how we were going to finance this, and I'll talk about that in just a minute. Okay. This is the real meat, I think, of what we're looking at here, and this is what Bruno was talking about, and some of the other issues you've heard, or some of what Richard was talking about. I want to put this one first so you could get the scope of what we're trying to do here, what we thought we were going to do. The projects that we're working on, we're looking at this over a 20-year period, and so the projected savings for us is about $65 million. And we broke this down into measured and non-measured. And just to follow up again, we have people whose job it is to figure all this out. So this came out of the business office, and it makes some sense if you take a close look at it. I'll go into a little more detail of this. There's about 6 slides here, so you're not going to be here all day. But so we contracted with JCI for $32 million. We paid for this out of a maintenance tax note, which is a variation of a revenue bond, and I'll come back to that in just a minute. So this is what Johnson worked on for us. This is why we're both here today. They've done this. There's some information in your packet at Tulane and the other universities, but this is what they've done from a practical standpoint. And I thought you would like to see some of this, because as we got into this, I do a lot of things. I've been the president or a senior administrator for the better part of 20 years in our system, but this is just a practical piece of what we do and how we save money. And when you're looking at older colleges, and as you're the president walking around looking at everything from lighting to the HVAC system, these are some of the day-to-day issues that you deal with at a community college, whether it's well lit, whether the air conditioning works, what your bills are. You might take a look down at the bottom where it says water conservation measures. And some of these you may think are just, well, you ought to be doing that anyway, but these all cost money, and there's a lot of demands on our budgets. I like this one. Install vending misers on 98 vending machines. I never really thought very much about the energy that vending machines produce, but Johnson Controls does. So we have vending misers there. And it's a little bit here and a little bit there. I think the major issues for us are in the mechanical system upgrades, and you can see. I told a group at our college about how effective this is, and I have a specific example. Even in my own house, a couple of years ago, we moved up, or our children. We went to another house that was 1,300 square feet larger than the house we had. We went from one air conditioning unit to 3 in a larger house. Our air conditioning bill was actually less because of the efficiencies with that big house, because of the way the house was compartmentalized and how we had it with technology. And that's pretty much what we're doing at the college and across the system. These are just common sense, I think, ways to reduce cost. Here's how we finance this maintenance tax note. We had an option of financing it through a third party, but we have a AAA bond rating, and so we were able to we financed it this way. So what we did is, and that, again, the overall debt, we financed it over 16 years, and the payments start out at 1.5 and escalate up to 2.8 million over the 16-year period. But in our energy savings alone, we can more than pay off the note. And actually, we're on target, according to our business people before I left. We'll probably pay it off in 10 or 11 years, the net savings that we have here, instead of the 16. Depends on what the economy does. You know, the great thing about what we've done here, and I can give you some specific examples, like in one particular piece we were working on at my college, where down at the bottom where it says savings used for expansion of other projects. Because of the savings and the efficiencies, we were able to redirect some of the bond money and actually added another 5,000 square feet to one of our facilities. So it not only does it pay off in potential money that you'd be spending, but you can redirect money in other ways. And I think that is pretty much it in a nutshell. It's a very pragmatic use of energy efficiencies and how community colleges, this is just one of many aspects of cost efficiencies that community colleges are working on.
What is the $9.8 million up front?
We paid that up front to... Bruno would have to answer that, but I think that was what I was told was we didn't want to give them the $32 million up front, but we were willing to give them the 9.8 to help them do what they need to do.
Yeah, that was part of their capital contribution with respect to ensuring that all of these energy efficiency measures really happened at once, rather than have it go through a multiple year period where they had to capture all those savings. So in essence, they levered really those dollars to capture those savings quicker.
We are about 1:08. What I'd like to entertain is maybe 3 burning questions, and then we'll try to get into lunch where we have at least 30 minutes left for lunch. So if you can stand it, I know it's a late lunch to begin with, but maybe if we take 5 or 6 minutes, is there anything of course you can buttonhole Scott and Mike in their lunch or this afternoon. They're not going anywhere, but for our community, and neither is Richard, but any specific questions? I think everybody's hungry. I've got one for y'all to think about, and that is, I think one of the toughest issues we've got statewide is, where is that right, and this is a very subjective question, where's the right economy of scale to take advantage of some of these, whether it's IT or energy or other centralized services and procurement? The UT system or the A&M system may well be big enough, but what about our other institutions? What about our community colleges? Is there talk about a pool for all 50 community colleges, for example? And so some of that scalability and advice to the legislatures, how do we take these great practices and then share them and replicate them throughout the state? So that's kind of the overriding thing I'd like to get feedback on in our afternoon discussion. Anyone else before we break for the food? Laurie?
At the risk of getting killed here, but just one quick question about dual enrollment. I'm such an advocate of that. I have 19-year-old twins who are moving into their senior year of college as a result of dual enrollment, and our early college started at ACC, and it was free. Doesn't get any better than that. And so how can we market that more to students who aren't gifted and talented, for example? What about the closing the gaps issue? I find that most of the people who take advantage of dual enrollment would be the ones who are likely going to college anyway. What about those students who we're looking to try to get into college that likely wouldn't be going in? How do we market it to them more effectively?
I can just tell you, it's happening in El Paso, and it really has to do with the collaboration between the school districts and the community college and the university working together to make sure that the message gets out and that everybody understands, they're taking core courses while they're in high school, but that the rigor and the quality of the course is foremost, that we have to ensure that. And so, you follow the same rules that you do for any teacher that we hire to teach at the college and the course that they teach, and so you ensure the quality. The word gets out very quickly, and parents are probably the best mechanism for that. But I'll tell you, today, we've got about 2,700 students taking dual credit this semester in El Paso. We've got another 1,200 students in our early college high schools taking college-level courses. So we've got, over 3,800 students taking dual credit who are in high school. And if you take a look at the demographics of those students, about 85% of those students today taking dual credit are from low-income families. About 70% of those students taking dual credit and in our early college high schools are first-generation students. And probably right now about 90% of those students are Hispanic.
We have one quick thing. We have shared counselors at Lone Star, and we pay for part of the salaries with the ISDs. We also have advisors there, which are a little different than the shared counselors, but at my college alone we have 12 shared counselors. That's how we get those students directed toward college. We don't care where they go. We just want them directed toward college. And we pay for the testing in the 9th and 10th grade. So a lot of that money sometimes is an issue. So, and we take that, do what Richard said. If they're not ready for college, we try to get them ready for college. If they are, we get them in dual credit.
And one more thing, Laura, quickly, I would add that we're also starting to add the career and technical education piece to the dual credit offering. So you'll have a number of students, for example, with fire technology, you have a number of students who graduate from high school and are prepared to be firefighters as well at the same time. And that's one example of many that we have. So we are branching out and offering other opportunities for dual credit enrollment.
And in Alamo also, we have 8,600 students in dual credit courses. And all of that is determined primarily through the ISDs and their collaboration with us. The dual enrollment program we have with A&M, they work very closely together with our college staff to make sure that those students stay with the program. And so there's no limitation in terms of socioeconomic status or anything like that. It's just some kids, like for example with the Judson Early College program, some kids just don't want to go to a regular high school. And they fit better in that particular high school, and they're just as academically capable as anybody else. They may have some economic needs or other issues, but they're thriving.
Thank you.
I guess we will break for lunch and continue the questions over lunch.
Guys ready? Hello. If you tell us we are. You are ready. You are absolutely ready.
Yeah, I heard that. I told you.
Right.
Are we ready to reconvene?
We are. I think we lost some people. Hey,
Fred,
I think some people still kept their same flight times.
since...
Tonight to 3:30.
Yes. So, a question has come up, since this may be the last time that this group meets all together.
Well, let me address that. We have a date that when we first got organized back in December, we set it in August. My sense is it would be the latter half of the summer. The idea is that now, with all this meaty, weighty ideas and topics we've digested over our last 5 meetings, the next step, I think, is let's get the rough draft of the report synthesized and generated and back into the hands of the members of this advisory committee to get your comments and feedback on, are these the right top priorities? Are these consensus ideas? Is there some pushback on some of these things? The other thing that I may ask a subset of this committee to do is, the idea was for Dennis to have that draft ready for our June 23rd Committee on Strategic Planning and Policy, and to present the draft there, and then again at our July board meeting. One or both of those meetings, I think, would be helpful to have, not to hear from me or Brenda, but to hear from those of you who have participated in this process and express your opinions and feelings about the report's recommendations. So those dates, if you want to write them down, should you be called upon to volunteer, should you be designated a volunteer. Strategic planning and policy is June 22nd. I think I said the 23rd.
Mike, I want y'all to recognize Mike is not writing these dates down. I just want you to know that.
So Mike should be the first among the volunteers.
It's just an observation.
June 22nd for strategic planning, and July 29th for the coordinating board meeting. And then David or Mary or someone, I have the 17th written down. That's the second Tuesday in August is the date we tentatively set to reconvene and digest the initial report, digest the coordinating board's feedback, and then take it forward to its final form. So if y'all could write those dates back, I promise the intent is not to have all 20 of us meet on all 3 of those days, but to do your best to save the 17th. If we decide to move that a little earlier into the summer, we'll get that to you quickly. But I will probably call on 3 or 4 to help present at either the June 22nd strategic planning meeting and or the July 29th board meeting.
And the question that came up along with that one is, okay, it's presented. Who does it go to then? How does it get implemented? How does this thing play out? That was just a question that came up, and we might want to do this first or answer that, whichever.
We're figuring that out as we go along.
Okay.
But in all seriousness, I think it's kind of an iterative process. The board, through its strategic planning and policy committee, needs to chew on it a while, provide some feedback, and then I think I want it to come back to this advisory committee to take that and develop. We talked at the very beginning about focusing on 3 to 5 actionable policy recommendations that could impact statewide institutional cost efficiencies, whether that requires legislative policy change or otherwise. But there's a whole lot that we've got to also report back on, best practices and things that could be replicated on a statewide basis that may not really need legislative or even agency authority. And so there are going to be different layers of recommendations. Somehow we're going to keep it all simple.
Lori, do you have a question?
I did.
Okay.
I guess my face reflected that. So what we have is any number of recommendations that we've made committee by committee. From those, we will extract 5 recommendations, 5 top recommendations. Is that what we're saying?
Well, I think part of the process is what are our highest policy recommendations for change, and which of those either require legislation or need legislative authority in order to have true impact. So that is one section. Others, though, may be something that can be adopted without any legislation. For instance, creating, I'll just pick on one of ours, creating a statewide procurement pool where there is none for community college construction management services or for energy efficiency. That's already being done in information resources. It's already being done in health insurance from everything I'm hearing. But there's a couple of areas where it's not being done except institution by institution. Do we need legislation to go ahead and implement that, or is that something that the coordinating board could help facilitate with TACC? I'm not sure, but we need to answer those questions.
Fred,
so we got some research process that needs to happen too.
Fred, we had some discussion in our group about how much authority does the coordinating board have? Can you get the kinds of things done at the coordinating board level that the radical changes that we might want to see, or how can you explain that line to the team?
Well, I'm pretty sure that we're not going to be viewed as a benevolent dictator in driving change, but there is influence and there is formal policy change. Frankly, I think as we work with Dennis and our own research staff on drafting this rough draft of the report, Commissioner, jump in here when you want to, but that's some of what we need to research. Where do we feel like our existing authority goes far enough to implement this category of change, but where we really need legislative, or for that matter, executive order from the governor's office to accomplish change over here. Now, the deadline, the firm deadline we've got, is to have a final report to the governor by November 1st. And because this overlaps some legislative mandates, we're treating that as our deadline for the legislature as well.
Is Dennis, one second, Mr. Commissioner, is Dennis still in the room?
He's right here in the back.
Oh, there he is. There he is. Among the presenters today, those who made significant progress or radical change, did their coordinating board, so to speak, did they have more authority than ours? Is there a correlation there?
Dennis, come on up to the mic.
Yes, in the sense that Britt Kerwin is a governing board. Okay, so he is the equivalent of the UT Board of Regents, but for all the four-year institutions in Maryland, which means they can do a lot of things as a governing board that the coordinating board has to do by moral suasion rather than by pounding on the table and says, "Thou shalt do it." But there are, there are instances of coordinating boards in Indiana, for example, that have made major changes in the way they do things without having the same governance authority that Britt has.
So we might be better off with a board that has governing authority if we really want to make radical change and get it out of the body politic.
Well,
I'm just throwing.
We might, Bernie, but we're not starting with a blank sheet of paper. So, at the end of the day, I'm all about the art of the possible.
If you really want to get the body politic energized, talk about governance change.
We'll be in the chairs right behind you, Scott.
Well, I just would comment, and I do think there are some significant things we heard, but I don't know that I heard radical changes from Maryland or Britt that aren't engaged in some format here. I think we have to figure out how to scale them, how to apply them, how to move them forward, and I think that's useful. But candidly, again, just one observation from both Dr. Vetter or from Britt. The kinds of things that I heard are ones that are involved in some way, shape, or form, I think, around the state. So.
Yeah, if there was one thing that Britt said that
is different. It was the University of Maryland, University College, as a single institution that does nothing but online education, and it is the specialist in online education in that system. Okay, they don't try to do it a little bit here, a little bit there. They have an institution that does that.
I love it. I love it.
And I mean, that's the most different thing between what you're doing and what Maryland's got.
I've seen that they really had a long time history in terms of doing that kind of work for the military. So they really had a strong historical base before online to do that.
All right.
Commissioner.
Thank you, Dennis. Appreciate you.
Let me respond, Bernie, to what you said. We have two. We're responding to two requests. Well, two orders. One from the governor and one from the legislature, telling us to find cost efficiencies in higher education. When we submit our report to the governor might decide to call in the chairs of the boards that he appoints and say, I'd like to get these things done. That's or some of the things that are recommended. I want you to act on these. The legislature may respond to our report by saying, which is not uncommon, what kind of legislative changes are necessary in order to achieve these cost efficiencies. A lot of these things institutions and systems are already doing on their own. And presumably from hearing about what other institutions are doing that they may not have started doing yet, they will move more aggressively to achieve these cost efficiencies. So I think we can get a lot done with whatever authority or lack of authority the coordinating board has.
Mike and I have been to that kind of a meeting before, where the governor attended the meeting with the board chairs. I was a board chair at the time, and laid out his wish lists, and we all went off to try to make it happen, and I think the results were marginal. There's still a missing link there, but anyhow, I got my answer.
I think the difference this time, Bernie, is rather than coming with some think tank approaches to driving results and outcomes, we're pulling these ideas from the industry, so to speak, from our institutions, and hopefully a little more from the ground up. And while I don't expect we'll have 100% consensus on everything we've discussed, heck, if we just get 75-80% consensus, we'll be ahead of the game. We have no choice but to start driving change in our institutional behavior.
And Fred, maybe that may be something to send forward too, is that this is a beginning, that the work is not done. After this committee's work is done, maybe we need to take another year or two to refine and look at the impact of what we're recommending if it's adopted, so that we can do some changes in the state or make some changes in the way we look at things in the state.
Well, I think there's some concepts that we probably have that are good ideas that are not fully baked yet. Oh, I won't use the term half-baked.
Understood.
And I'm the last person. I'm the last person who likes to do a study that recommends studies, but there undoubtedly will be some new fodder for interim charges for the next go-around. And so, in that sense, it is an ongoing.
And a lot of you that are around this table know that since we began to meet this morning, the estimate of the state deficit has gone up. So.
Say that again.
Well, what I heard is 15 to 18 billion is now the estimate. We had heard 11
from whom?
Billion from the controller's office.
Really?
Oh my God.
Hey, wish you quit me.
Stop or behind.
What's run that good?
Brenda, you want to say something?
Yes. Several people have said, if we want to make change, we have to think about radical ideas and think radically. And put maybe some half-baked or not baked yet ideas on the board. I think that's a great idea. We certainly came up with a lot of them today in our half-baked. We came up with a lot of let's do a further study kind of ideas too. But what is our goal in this report? Is it to come up with these ideas, or is it to come up with doable or most doable ideas? It seems like we're contradicting ourselves a little bit.
Well, I think it's to come up with implementable ideas that will achieve change, but to not necessarily let go of ideas that may require greater baking and consensus building. So I'm saying we've got to have our cake and eat it too, I guess.
I think Mike said we need disruptive ideas.
Yeah, disruptive change.
Yeah,
so maybe, Patty, that's a good segue to start with Brenda's group and their ideas.
The half-baked group. Oh, let's do. Is that the second one here?
Green group.
Okay, our green group. First of all, as I looked across this, I didn't see any major new ideas, and most of those referred back to other sections or recommendations, so I tried to note those. Secondly, my observation of this group over the last 5 months is that as you came into this, I think it was an assignment. You were doing it as a community service, and what I am feeling is that as you are exiting this, you're feeling a need to implement these things and a sense of urgency about it. So I've seen kind of a personality with the exception of Mike, who still has a spreadsheet. Okay, let's go over here. Brenda, to your group. Tell me where this came from, the LEED standards for new buildings. Is this out of a discussion today?
Let Rich talk about it. He's the one that brought it.
Rich, let's talk about this.
Well, the cost of energy, of utilities, and of building construction is a major expenditure for institutions, and the ability to develop buildings that are energy efficient, that serve as good basis for teaching, is something that's been introduced in the legislature for a couple sessions, and it probably is now time to be adopted. I think there's a lot of fallacy that it costs a lot more money to build a LEED silver building than it actually does. And since most of us build buildings last 50 years and longer, it truly is cost effective and will provide returns in a very short period of time.
So we'll place this one under facilities, which is number 16.
I would sure capitalize standards and not make sure it's not certification, because it does cost money to get LEED certification. That's one of the things that the coordinating board might want to give some consideration to. There are design and construction experts around the state. LEED is. There's no reason why we can't have Texas standards for green buildings. Pick a name. I don't care what it is, but I mean that's important. But the cost for LEED certification is not insignificant.
I would echo that. In fact, we've sort of built in LEED equivalent. And in fact, sort of Mike's point, we may want to design a set of standards that are more germane to Texas. They relate more to water, whatever the issues are, and on cost-effective measures. Because there still are some issues in LEED. Aside from kind of the how people feel about it in terms of just from a business officer's perspective, I think Rich is right. We're probably close anyway. But there are some issues that may not make sense for us, and there may be others that would.
There is another certifying agency, and if you haven't looked at the cost of LEED certification recently, really isn't that great.
It is.
The cost has come down.
It's coming down. The Turner just completed a study that 2 years ago we would have said the cost of building a LEED certified building was 2% to 5% premium, depending on whether you're silver, gold, or platinum. I just attended a deal yesterday where they said that cost is down to 1% to 2% at the most. And
but in a $100 million building, for a piece of paper.
1 or 2% of a few hundred million here, a few hundred million there. But that's another procurement. That could be a procurement opportunity.
It's added to the building, and most of our experience, it provides us, your payback is less than 7 years.
I mean, I gotta hope. I've had different experience with the league. Just put it that way. And I had to alphabetize my garbage. That was when I knew it. It's like the anal retentive chef. I mean, seriously, you have to separate the garbage. You have to do it by different ones. And
the accreditation and the auditing of LEED could be a statewide procurement function that might drive that cost down too. That might be another alternative to the institutions or the architects having to provide it. Anyway,
sustainable building is the right thing.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and these second and third ones, align priorities with state priorities and align funding with state priorities. Tell me a little bit more about that. Where does that fit?
Well, that came out of a discussion of if you're going to build a building and you've got issues like nursing or STEM, that the buildings are dedicated to that, and that if that's what the state's needs are, that you target that priority. Also with funding.
Is this, and that came from
Maryland.
Kerwin's, right? Is this related to any recommendation we currently have?
I think it's related to number one that Woody was talking about.
Yeah, strategic goals.
The outcomes, okay. Got it. Okay. Any comments about that or questions? And the last one, 12 hours outside of university classrooms, online university. Does it go with course redesign, or is this a separate one here?
It could go with course redesign.
Well, what
except for the university online.
Those are really three separate.
These are
they're all separate.
Yeah, still three separate.
Okay, 12 hours outside of university classroom, online university. Okay. And those, to me, fit under facilities and core course redesign. Is that, would y'all agree with that?
The 12 hours outside the classroom would not be course redesign.
Not facilities.
Well, it gives you more capacity.
Oh, okay.
That's where I was going. Okay, well, let's talk about the 12 hours outside of classroom.
Barney's the one that suggested that one.
It was from Kerwin, I believe, and so if Kerwin can do it, we can do it, you know. But I like the thought of 12, at least 12 hours mandated outside of the classroom, and then I'll go on to a song that I've sung before, and that is I just think we have all the curriculum already built, everything, all the pieces of the puzzle, and it's time to do our 2-year Walmart University. I think it's doable, and I think it was Kerwin also who said they had done it in Maryland, was it? So I'd like to see it come to Texas.
Is that number 9 on our recommendations?
Is that already there?
Can I ask a question about that, Brian?
Well,
Are you talking about like putting community colleges within the university systems? Because that's what I understood him to say, that they had 2-year schools within their system.
No, they have a 2-year college, online college system. Did I hear that right?
They can take all their first 2 years of courses online.
Yeah, they can take all their first 2-year courses online. So I think
that's different from the 12 hours outside of the classroom.
It's not different, either or.
No, it is different.
No, that is very different.
Is it?
We're talking about just not in a structured classroom. You could take it online or an internship.
Oh, yes, ma'am. I'm sorry.
There were or dual credit.
Right, right.
Or study abroad. There were several.
Right, options.
This gets at is organizing, becoming more systemic, because we have a virtual College of Texas, but it has most of these universities will have across all of them, many of these, and the reality is we don't realize much cost savings. Aside from the 12 hours outside the classroom, we don't realize much cost savings because everybody's doing it separately. And so doing something in a more unified way would save everybody.
Exactly.
Okay, and the last bullet was just course redesign. Did you want to say something more about that?
Well, we just believe that brings some efficiencies within the academic realm of the responsibility of an organization. So, there's got to be I think Brenda has been talking about where the responsibilities lie. Where's in each of the players here, and that would be maybe in the academic sector, the professors and so on. It would save you a lot of money in terms of staff utilization or academic staff utilization, things like that.
Let's go to Fred's. This is y'all's group, right? And start with 120-12-10. What did I miss? This stands for something that I can't.
You need a catchy, tagline. It's got to be a simple concept to explain it to 181 legislators.
Half a year, half the time. Wait.
That's the 120. It's direct plagiarism of Maryland. It's building on what Brenda and Bernie's group was saying. 120 hours, maximum credit hours for most, not all, most degrees. 12 credit hours outside of the campus, and 10% increase in faculty contact hours, which there are multiple ways to achieve that, so it's not...
What's the 10 again? I'm sorry, the 10's what?
10% increase in faculty contact hours. So that's not necessarily teaching load. That might be taking a 20-person class and turning it into a 22-person class, for example. And then we felt that supportive tools to make that work included statewide articulation agreements. In other words, taking the hundreds of agreements that all of our community colleges and four-year institutions, and for that matter, high schools that we're beginning to see, and create a more simple system of statewide articulation vertically from high school through four-year. Course redesign, and then, of course, taking into account the accreditation issues, where some degrees are by definition, going to require more than 120 hours for accreditation, engineering being the example that we use most often. And then we reference the numbers on that this pertains to.
So these would be incorporated in the core course redesign and also the curricula frameworks. Those are the two major sections.
We felt those are necessary building blocks to enable what we call the 120-12-10. For total plagiarization, we could call it the effectiveness and efficiency model.
E&E.
E&E.
That's
or we can come up with our own Texas
major
brand.
Point in the presentation. Any questions or any ideas to add to this? Okay, second one. Incentivize the associate's degree. Completion with guaranteed access and SFA?
Student financial aid.
Oh, okay. Upon transfer to GAI?
General Academic Institution.
I know that.
This is like the military.
Campbell Soup. Okay, tell me about that, because I think it goes under core course redesign, but I'm not sure.
Well, there are some issues that relate to this, like standardizing, more standardization in the lower division, 60 credit hours. But the idea here was we had a recommendation that came from an earlier meeting to require students to complete their associate's degrees in 60 hours before transferring.
Right.
Really, in our group, when discussing that, we decided this is an area where the carrot would work better than the stick. Incentivize students at community colleges to complete their associate's degrees by providing them guaranteed access and some form of student financial aid upon transfer to a general academic for their completion of their bachelor's.
And a note, I think if you're going to do the 120, there isn't really a 60-hour. We actually have a legislative 120-hour cap in place. Community colleges, it typically isn't 60 hours, so we have to address that as well.
That'd be great.
Associate degrees.
For associate degrees, because many are
48 or
no longer.
Oh,
longer. Which makes it difficult to do the 120.
I got a question then about that. Is this one where I think that's a great idea. You're going to limit the number of hours that you can take at a community college?
No, for a degree. If we're going to have yeah, and so if you're going to have something that's really seamless and you're going to want to cap the bachelor's at 120, to not cap an associate degree at 60, you're going to have problems.
Or what happened
from an articulation standpoint.
You know, the thing that we see is, in fact, some people who transfer in, they've got 78 hours at a community college, or 72, or pick a number, more than 60. And when they get to 150, they get to start paying out-of-state tuition. And they are only halfway to a degree. So
exactly.
We've got to put some controls in there. You know, say that it's a maximum of 60 at a community college, or then you have to start paying out of district or something.
I see what
you see what I'm saying?
Or maybe
they use up their 150 hours before they get halfway to a degree.
And that's if we say that most degrees most bachelor's degrees should be completed in 120 credit hours.
Right.
The equivalent is that most associate's degrees ought to be completed with 60 credit hours. So instead of limiting what community colleges can sell, so to speak, we take the same approach to defining what's required to achieve an associate's degree. Define that as 60. With that, to achieve what you're saying.
Well, I mean, I have the same issue with people who, the graduate students primarily, who have done all the qualifications to graduate, but they can't find a job, so they don't file for graduation. They don't defend the thesis or something. I mean, and we keep getting paid for it next year.
There's actually a limit on the number of doctoral hours, too. They may not have exceeded it. But I think what Mike's talking about is that, aside from the hours towards a degree, there's a state law that says, whether you've gotten a degree or not, at the university, after 150 hours, you have to pay out-of-state tuition. And he's suggesting, should you have a similar law for associate degrees, which the equivalent would be 75 or something. I don't know about that. But that was your point, right?
Well, the goal we were trying to drive through was a lot of what we talked about today deals with the denominator cost. We wanted to try to drive the productivity of the numerator, increase the throughput of students.
And this relates to the sixth recommendation, which was the stick approach. This is the carrot.
Right. And there are probably a couple other things that it relates to if you talk about standardization of courses. And then that last one I referred to earlier, that's take a rifle target approach to define procurement pools that currently lack either statewide or system-wide leverage. And from what we learned and heard today at different points, I don't think that's IT or health insurance that's happening. But it may still be energy use and efficiency if we're still doing that on an institution-by-institution basis. And then the other example we dreamed up was our systems have OFPCs, but community colleges don't. So might there be an opportunity for community colleges to pool construction management services? And that could be statewide, that could be regional.
That worked for us. That was one of the most successful things we did in our bond issue, so that's a very good recommendation.
And we do that with Weatherford College. We're doing it with Weatherford College right now.
And we touched on that last month, too.
So those are two areas where it looks like we could build on that model.
Okay, and down here you had, textbook distribution channel changed to...
That was just kind of a note to consider that as the distribution channel for textbooks change because of technology, new e-devices, the textbooks are also a revenue stream to institutions. And so what might reduce the cost for the student could also take away a revenue stream for the institution. So we have to think about both sides of the equation. Kind of a side note.
Okay. I have a question. This is very insider baseball, but back to your incentives. When in Texas grants, we're all working on increasing our retention. Okay. Our first Texas grants go to people who got it last year. And as we retain people more and more, the people who are going to the two-year schools, when they show up at the university the third year, they're not part of the first wave to get financial assistance. We may need to take a look at how we fix that, because as we retain more, if you go to the community college first, you put yourself at disadvantage. At Laredo, you would likely not get support because they give all theirs out to the people who were here last year.
Well, that's a great point, but in order to incentivize students to stay in community college through finishing their associate degree,
we need to fix that.
We need to fix that in order for them to be guaranteed the transfer.
Are you talking about doing it after they get their associate's degree or before they get their associate's degree?
As an incentive to complete their associate's degree, have a Texas grant or
As you
some
consider
form of
this
student.
further, you might think about doing it as they move into the four-year institutions.
Well,
That's what we're saying. Upon transfer to the four-year institution,
Okay.
provide that.
That their priority number goes with them.
Yeah.
Yeah. One of the things that Vetter said this morning that we should consider, he said very clearly that we shouldn't fund students for more than 4 years.
Yeah.
And, it's a reasonable proposition if we want to spread financial aid as much as possible. It's an entirely reasonable proposition to say nobody gets more than 4 years of aid. That should certainly be an inducement to finish more quickly.
And free up aid for those
transfer students.
It's important that the students understand that they have a sense of responsibility, just like, the institutions do, which is why we're doing this cost-effectiveness exercise. But I think it's a good message to tell the students, you also have a responsibility. And so I think looking at the 4-year idea is something certainly we should look at.
But you can't do it.
They can take as many hours as they need for the 4 years.
Well, exactly. You can't do it unless you bring down the barriers to 4-year completion also.
Right.
So those things go hand in hand.
Well, I think he said 4-year equivalency. And so, because there's a lot, you take a look at a school like UTEP, and they have so many students who have to work full time.
Right.
They're going to school. So if you do, if you do a straight 4 years, somebody's going to get hurt. But it's a 4-year equivalency.
Yeah. Not necessarily calendar years, although.
Once they get to 120 hours.
Yeah, do it by credit hours.
We have 2 minutes left. And so I want to make sure we just covered these. This first one, I think it goes back to the outcomes we were talking about over here, number 1. And who's representing?
Sorry, I can do that in 2 minutes. Essentially, there's 2 recommendations. The premise there was based on one fact that for the last 30 years, the state expenditures on a full-time equivalent student, inflation adjusted, have been flat. And because of that, state expenditures as a percentage of total institutional revenues fallen as low as, say, 15% at UT Austin and, say, 25 to 30% on average for the other institutions in the state. So off of that, I think our recommendation was the state really needs to decide strategically how they want to spend their money. If you look at the coordinating boards, closing the gaps where you raise the issues of access, success, excellence, and research competitiveness. If they need to make a choice, the state needs to make a choice between those 4, and then they need to fund that choice. And so that was essentially recommendation number 1. And then recommendation number 2 is, in a state where we're really moving to state-assisted as opposed to state-supported institutions, the state needs to reform their regulations to be appropriate for their level of assistance. Because as the assistance has gone down, it was our view that that regulation should go down. You might even tie it to percentages, like if you're less than 10%, you're in one level of regulation. If you're 10 to 20, you're in another level of regulation. So those essentially as a deregulated model where the state decides what they really need, citizens of the state decide what they really need out of higher education, and that's what they pay for. It would fall into the disruptive model that might talk about.
I think it would.
Any more comments on this sheet? What Woody had to say?
And just to note that we used to joke about privatizing universities. I mean, most Aggies think we should have taken control of A&M a long time ago. But there are states like Michigan that are genuinely considering privatizing some of their universities, which I never thought I'd actually hear that in open public policy discussion.
The yellow board's got the same point there on the second. It's not exactly the same, but it deals with the fact that the legislature puts in a lot of mandates and requires a lot of things from the universities, from the colleges that add to the cost, and that they may not be adequately reflecting on what they're creating.
That's the point. Community colleges, our funding from the state's dropping to such a degree that most of our budgets are from tuition and local levy. So who's really running the show here, you know?
So let's look at your first one. This was going back to course redesign for a lower division course for more active student involvement. What I just want to make sure I know. Toward more active student involvement. Exactly what did y'all mean by that?
Like the NCAT, like Carol Twigg, and it was presented. And we rolled 14, which is on the bottom of it.
Roll that in?
Yeah.
Okay, and it is increase instructional productivity?
As a part of redesign.
Okay. All right, any comments on that one? We got a couple left here. Oh, we already did that one. Encourage dual enrollment education, which we covered over here as well. Any more comments, questions? And this one, enhanced facility utilization. Is this all one? I can't quite tell. Enhanced facility utilization incentive for student completion.
I know they're two separate.
Two separate ones.
And we really talked about the incentive for student completion. That goes back to the completion of community college degree and transfer, and the carrot instead of the stick to encourage students to complete associate degrees.
Okay. And the facility utilization, which we've covered in. I can't remember the recommendation, but I'll find it. Any comments, questions? A little bit longer day. Ready? Roberto? Fred? Commissioner?
You'll be getting some kind of communique by email, hopefully within the next 2 weeks or so, about just being more specific about the process going forward and requesting volunteers or assigning volunteers that are forthcoming for presenting this. We may also try to schedule a conference call if it's appropriate to help the process of digesting and producing the report's recommendations.
Thank y'all so much.